I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Could we get the roll call of the commission, please?
Chairman Johnston.
Here?
Vice Chairwoman East. Here. Commissioner Allenberg. Here. Commissioner Barnes. Here. Commissioner Caviglia. Here. Commissioner Hubbs. Here. Commissioner Keel. Commissioner McNinch. Here. Commissioner Valentine.
Here.
And Commissioner Keel is absent due to family engagement, which he made me aware of in advance of the meeting. Would the county advisory boards who are here please stand and announce your presence?
John Hyatt, Clark. Jim Ray, Washoe County. Ray Kavish, Washoe County. Scott Ferguson, Lander County. Jim Gunny, Alco. Joe Creel, Bergen. Dean Reed, Carson City. Carson City.
Thank you all. I take it we're video streaming in Las Vegas, right? Do we have any CAB members present in Las Vegas?
No CAB members present.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll then move on to agenda item number 2, approval of agenda. Chairman Johnston, for possible action, the commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda. The commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. Any comments or questions on the agenda? Seeing none, I've been informed that agenda item number 6, the Operation Game Thief Warden of the Year, Operation Game Thief Citizens Board, that is being removed from the agenda at the request of that Citizens Board. Is that correct? Deputy Director Robb? Oh, Secretary Wasley? Okay.
I'm being told that is correct.
Okay. All right, so we're going to remove agenda item number 6, well, when the time comes. Any other comments or questions? This is an action item. Any public comment in Las Vegas on the approval of the agenda?
No comment in Las Vegas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any comment here in Reno on the agenda? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission.
I'll make a motion.
Commissioner Hubbs.
I'm just going to talk because this won't turn on. I'd like to
There
make a
it
motion.
goes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the agenda item as presented with the exception of the removal of agenda item number 6.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Hubbs, seconded by Vice Chair East. Everyone clear on the agenda or on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Keel absent. With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 3, approval of minutes. Chairman Johnston, for possible action. Commission minutes may be approved from the September 20 and 21st, 2019 meeting. Has everyone received a copy of the minutes? Any question or comments on the minutes from the September meeting?
I think I was informed that there were some slight modifications to the minutes in respect to certain things that were on record for Secretary Wasley. Is that correct?
I share your frustration, Commissioner Hubbs, with the button. That's correct. Nothing substantive, just I think there may have been some spelling of names, nothing that changed how anything was represented or any action, grammatical or spelling modification.
Okay. With that, any comments or questions of the minutes? Commissioner Valentine?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Since I was not at the meeting on the 21st, I think I'll abstain from the
Okay.
motion.
Commissioner East?
Either.
There it goes. I move to approve the.
Whoa.
Oh,
We haven't taken out the public comment.
sorry.
Okay, any other comments or questions on the minutes? Okay, any public comment on the minutes in Las Vegas?
No comment in Las Vegas, thank you.
Thank you. Any public comment here in Reno on the draft minutes from the September meeting? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission. I am going to vote on whatever motions presented. It's my understanding, even though I was absent on the second day of the meeting, I can still vote, and I apologize for missing the second day of the meeting. I had a family emergency arise overnight between the meeting on Friday and the meeting on Saturday. So, any further comments, questions, or motion on the minutes?
I'll move to approve the amended minutes as presented.
I second that.
Okay, I have a motion by Vice Chair East, seconded by Commissioner Hubbs to approve the minutes as presented, and that's the revised draft that was presented to us this morning. Is everyone clear on the motion? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0 with Commissioner Keel absent, Commissioner Valentine abstaining. Okay, with that, we'll move on to agenda item number 4, member items, announcements, and correspondence. Chairman Johnston, informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since the last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Commissioners may provide hard copies of their correspondence for the written record. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Wosley may also be discussed. I received recent correspondence regarding, and I believe the department received that, about the wild horse and burro policy of this commission and whether it would be time for this commission to take a look at that policy in light of recent events and that. I don't know if that was shared with all the members of the commission. If not, I'd ask that that be passed along to everybody. I did receive one correspondence regarding a potential issue, though, given the nature of the comments and allegations in that letter. It's my understanding that it may result in some sort of investigation. So I'm going to keep that confidential so we don't jeopardize any type of investigation that occurs in regard to what has been reported. Other than that, that's all I have at this time. Any other member items or announcements? Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you have to have one finger to make these work.
You had the magic.
Off.
Is it on? Okay, there we go. All right, thank you. I just wanted to provide a real quick update. A little over a week ago, there was a forum there was a showing of the Horse Rich and Dirt Poor video that was put together by the Wildlife Society and a number of participants. We've seen it here, and there was a forum in town here at the Nevada Museum of Art, and there were about 300 people in attendance. It was former Commissioner Jeremy Drew moderated a panel discussion on wild horses, and I have to say I was impressed with the number one, the crowd really impressed me. There was a lot of people there. People were really, I'll just say it, well behaved. I mean, there was a lot of, you can see a lot of different people in the room, and a lot of people, I think they were just there. They really, I think they just listened. They just wanted to hear what was on people's minds. The panel, I thought, did a great job, and I just wanted to give a quick acknowledgement to Karen Boger and the folks that she asked to help her put that together. I know the coalition, there were a number of people from the coalition that helped organize that and run it that night, and it was very well done, and there was some real interesting points and some real interesting discussion. And the takeaway that I got from it was, you know, while there were still people out on the streets protesting, and there's still people that are upset on all sides of the issue, I just felt like there was a little sense of optimism. You know, that there's a little bit of hope that people are kind of, you know, cutting into the fat on their convictions. You know, they're cutting the fat around their convictions a little bit, and they're, people are, you know, I think that largely a lot of people are recognizing that there's issues, and I think that there, some ideas are being thrown out by people that in the past haven't really been willing to move one way or the other, and I think that I think that there's reason to have a little optimism. So I think it's timely we look at our policy, and I would really like to see this commission in some way continue to update ourselves or have some kind of involvement. I had a chance to talk to there was a lady there that was representing, she was advocating for the wild horses on the panel, and I had a chance to talk to her after the meeting, and she's taken this step that something needs to be done, and just by simply coming out and making that statement, she's taken an absolute beating, that she's not advocating properly, and so I just looked at her. Her name was Celeste Carlisle, and I'll mention her name because it's going to take people like that to have these conversations, and I hope that people on all sides of the issue are able to go where she went, where she's gone, where she's just said, you know, I can still talk about it. I can talk about it with people and get ideas out on the table, whether it goes anywhere or people like it or not. And it was just kind of I don't know, little sense of optimism. I wanted to share that with the board and just let you know that I had attended it. It was very well done, and I thought it was a very positive step.
Thank you. Any other member items? I have one final one. Ironically, I think it was last meeting where we looked at a fishing regulation, and was a lot of cleanup of a regulation that had become more complex than it needed to be, and the department, and looking at some modification, realized that they could also accomplish quite a bit of cleanup and simplification of that regulation. And it was only, I think, in the week after or 2 weeks after that meeting when we did that, I was reading a commentary piece in a Sportsman's publication talking about regulatory simplification, and that complicated regulations are a barrier to entry. And as I read through that and thought about what we had just done, or looked at a workshop on the fishing regulation, it dawned on me that perhaps we should go further. And it's kind of one of these ideas that pops in my mind, and then I think to myself, I'm going to regret sharing the idea. But I think it's important, and I reached out to Director Wasley to see what his appetite might be in taking on a task that could be quite monumental. But what I'd like to see us do as a commission is look at all the existing regulations to see how they could be simplified, how they could be consolidated, if they can be. I'm not proposing the gutting of regulation or anything like that, but with just license simplification having a huge benefit in a very short amount of time, my question is, can regulatory simplification have short-term and long-term benefits for the people in Nevada and its wildlife? And I think it's something that we need to initiate. It'll probably be a very long and arduous task, but Secretary Wasley indicated that that was something he thought was a good idea. And so with that, it's something I wish to start and initiate the process. And in doing that, I think we will formulate a new committee on regulatory simplification. The members of that committee will be myself, Commissioner Caviglia, and Vice Chair East. And we will try to undertake this process at a committee level to then bring back what we hope to be any regulatory cleanups that we can do that would be appropriate moving forward. So I see a lot of people nodding their heads, so I'm hoping that's some sort of agreement as to undertaking that task, and I suspect it'll be a task that will not be completed once I depart in June, and that was one of the reasons why I thought that there was some of the newer commissioners, although they're not as new as you think anymore, could hopefully carry that forward once I'm gone as well. So that's all I have on that. And I suspect we might be starting to meet on that issue, hopefully at the first part of next year, maybe in the next meeting, just to try to get an understanding as to how do we tackle it. Okay. Any other member items? Seeing none. Director Wasley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Relative to the regulation simplification and review process, we do welcome that opportunity and would be more than willing to commit staff. I think law enforcement staff in particular would welcome some of this review. I think it would not only simplify interpretation of the regulation for many of our customers, but it would also improve the enforcement for the men and women tasked with enforcing those regulations. So it may well involve multiple divisions providing support to that committee, but we welcome that opportunity and appreciate your initiative in bringing that forward. In the arena of correspondence, there's two items that I'd like to mention. One is one that you've already mentioned, reference to Commission Policy 67 on federal horse and burros. This was a policy that was originally approved in 2011, so it is has had a few years since it's been reviewed. Certainly, this is just an announcement of that correspondence, and the department will look through that and perhaps add that item as an update in the future. Just provide a general update to the commission to determine if there's an appetite from the commission to delve further into that. And then lastly, the last announcement I have pertains to a training opportunity. Received invite from the Attorney General's office for a training for board and commission members, executive directors, administrators, and staff. There will be two locations, one in Carson City, one in Las Vegas, on Monday, November 18th, roughly all day from 8:15. Meeting starts 8:30, open meeting law. Discusses ethics in government, administrative hearing procedures, administrative rulemaking, Public Records Act. So if there is any interest from commission members, board members, I've got a dozen or so flyers up here with the information and registration forms. I just wanted to make that announcement. And that concludes the announcements I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. If no other items from the commission, we'll move on then to agenda item number 5, county advisory boards to manage wildlife. Member items, informational. CAB members may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Just want to confirm there's no CAB member in Las Vegas to speak on this item.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any CAB member items here in Reno? Mr. Hyatt?
John Hyatt, Clark County CAB for the record. One of the things we just, discussed was a Wildlife Services report of feral pigs in Lincoln County, which feral pigs are always a problem. But that brings up another subject. The whole thing of introduced wildlife is something I think that we need to continue to educate people about. Fish are one of the most common introduced species. Every body of water in southern Nevada that I know about, natural body of water, has one or probably several introduced species of fish and snails, mollusks, and other things. And these present a problem in terms of natives. And so I think we need to, or the department needs to continue to remind hunters and the general public that it's really not legal to or advisable to release wildlife which is not native either to the country or to the area into bodies of water or land. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other cab items?
Scott Torgerson, Lander County Cab. We are trying to push a youth antelope hunt, and we can't. We would like to know the status on that and information about when the TAC meetings are so we can attend. And that's all I got.
Thank you. Any other cab items? Seeing none, we'll close agenda item number 5 and move on to agenda item number 7. Shikar Safari Club International Officer of the Year Award, Game Warden Captain Mike Maynard. This award is to recognize one wildlife officer from Nevada that has shown exemplary conduct and initiative in the performance of his or her duties.
At this time, I'd like to introduce Shikar Safari James Mitchell. Words about our officer, Shikar Safari Officer of the Year.
Good morning. My name is Jim Mitchell, and I'm president of the Shikar Safari Club, which is the oldest conservation hunting organization in the world today. We have members in about 40 countries, and each year we present awards to outstanding wildlife officers in all 50 states, in all of the Canadian provinces. So it's my great pleasure this morning to recognize one of your own officers and realize that Nevada's a really big state and you have a very small department, and we consider it to be a very well-run program, and most of us who hunt around the world have hunted in Nevada with great success. So without any further ado, we have a write-up by one of your officers on Randy. Please.
I'm Game Warden Captain Brian Eller. Before our chief retired, he wrote this write-up for Randy. I'd like to just read a little bit about it, what Tyler wrote about Randy. Randy began his career in Laughlin in 1995, down in Laughlin, Nevada. In 2000, Randy transferred up to northern Washoe. He has our patrol area in northern Washoe. Randy never says no to any request, problem, or situation that comes up. He's always eager to tackle any situation that is handed to him. He's also the go-to warden. He's held in very high respect by all of our wardens. He's the go-to guy to talk to about cases, any complex cases, anything that people need to know about regulations, wildlife, or whatever. Randy's the guy you go to. Also, Randy, very humble guy. He's probably really embarrassed being here. He's not all into these accolades, and he'd rather be out in northern Washoe, up in the hills, patrolling his district and having his truck full of camping gear ready to spend the night out there. On the ground, Randy is knowledgeable in areas of the work such as firearms, ammunition. He knows boating enforcement, any vehicle problems you have, he knows how to fix stuff, techniques of wildlife distribution. He knows all the landlords in his area. And these details here on like even just fixing vehicle problems could be mundane, but the people outside the field. But Randy has proven the importance of details, utilizing his knowledge to track down wildlife violators. Randy's patrol area is one of the most important in the state. It contains tremendous resources and comes with the challenges of its remoteness. even by Western state standards. He says he feels like he's neglected his assigned patrol area if he does not visit wide swaths of it weekly. His patrol area runs from north of Reno to the Oregon border and east to Denio, a distance of 265 miles from his office in Reno. He alone patrols nearly 4,000 square miles in some of the most remote habitat in Nevada. And Randy has also built a fearsome reputation in rural communities for professionalism and fairness. People know that he will not overlook a violation, but nor will he treat people with disrespect. Randy has perfected the art of detecting violations and violators while maintaining a polite and respectful relationship with the sportsmen who pay our salaries. Randy knows the outlaws, ranchers, and casual outdoorsmen who frequent his patrol area and constantly amazes other staff with his ability to recall people's names and specific incidents. His vast area of responsibility could become a poacher's paradise under a less attentive game warden. And as I was saying, he's always conflicted about training courses, programs, and paperwork because he'd rather be in the field stopping wildlife crime. But he never complains or shrinks this important, if unpleasant, part of the job. He responds to requests from me and others on the staff for clarification about laws and trends in the community. He is always thorough and thoughtful in his input to me, and I consider him indispensable to the division and the department. I'll hand it back over.
So Randy's picture we placed in our annual magazine. We actually have a magazine that comes out every month, and I'll be happy to get a copy of that to your commissioner. So you can see his picture along with the picture of 50 other officers from the U.S. and 12 from the Canadian provinces. So once again, Randy, thank you very much for the work you do to support hunters and fishermen and all of the things that are important to sportsmen like myself and the thousands of us that come to Nevada to hunt, to fish, and enjoy this great state. Thank you very much. He doesn't want to say a few words.
I can.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to say thank you. I feel kind of odd being here today because all my partners that I work in the field deserve to be here. I appreciate the department. They give me daily opportunities. I've had, 24 years with the department, and I can't thank them enough. I've received the best training in the world, ton of opportunity to go forth and do what I hired on to do, which is to be in the woods, be contacting hunters and fishermen. It's one of the best jobs in the world, and it seems odd that I'd be here getting an award. It should be the opposite. It seems like a vacation a lot of times. There's a lot of work involved with it, but at the same time, I really enjoy it. I believe in it. I believe in what you folks do here at the Commission, Director's Office. It's a very important undertaking. Wildlife's important to the state, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
I also want to mention that we also provide each of the officers that win this award with a $20,000 life insurance policy. And we also have recently approved a grant to your department for $35,000 for basically supplies or other different things. We were looking to buy a vehicle actually, but that seems to be becoming a difficult thing. But we also provide those kinds of funds to supplement, the scarce budgets that a lot of these departments have. So thank you once again. I'm very happy to be here today. Thanks.
Thank you.
One last word, I just want to thank the commission for giving us the time to present this award to Randy. Thank you.
Thank you, and on behalf of all of the commissioners, I want to thank Shikar Safari Club and Mr. Mitchell for being here and supporting this award, and congratulate Randy on a well-deserved award. I'll echo one sentiment, because I have met Randy in the field before, and the level of professionalism and courtesy that he displays is outstanding. I happened to be with my young children at the time. I assured them, no, we were not going to be in trouble, and it became a non-issue. But it was a very professional experience up there, and I can echo the sentiments that were already expressed. But congratulations, part of the state that I like to go to a lot, and it's a big place with some pretty remote areas, and trying to cover it all by yourself is a tremendous, tremendous task. So congratulations, and thank you again to Mr. Mitchell and his group. Any other commissioners wish to make a comment or anything else? Director Wasley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to express our appreciation for Mr. Mitchell and the Shikar Safari for acknowledging certainly one of our finest, and I'd like to both thank and congratulate Randy for being the recipient of the award. And I can tell you that from the director's office perspective, certainly law enforcement is oftentimes the most prominent face of the agency. Many times the only experience that many of our customers have with department personnel, and it gives me a great deal of comfort and confidence knowing that Randy is representing the agency as the face of the department as he interacts with customers in the field. But it doesn't end there. Not only working with our customers and clients in the field, working with individuals who have tags, might be looking for areas to go, his report writing, interaction with district attorneys, the cases that he makes, the cases that he builds, always top notch. And I'm very grateful and appreciative, and want to both congratulate and thank Randy and the entire law enforcement division for representing the department as positively and professionally as you all do. So thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll move on from agenda item number 7. Agenda item number 8 is the CAB workshop. So I'll call that when we break for lunch, as that's going to occur during the lunch break, and we'll move on to agenda item number 9, if that's acceptable. All right, agenda item 9, Commission General Regulations Workshop, public comment allowed. Agenda item 9A, Commission General Regulation 485, Tag Transfer, Deference and Return Program. LCB file number R022-19, Management Analyst Kylie Taylor for possible action. The commission will hold a third workshop to consider a regulation relating to amending Chapter 502 of the Nevada Administrative Code. The regulation would provide direction for allowing the transfer, deference, or return of tags under certain extenuating circumstances after the passage of Assembly Bill 404 of the 80th Legislative Session. At the first workshop, the commission directed the department to narrow the options for the transfer or deference of a tag. At the second workshop, the commission directed the department to draft changes to the regulation encompassing the description of extenuating circumstances and a timeline to return the tag to the department. Ms. Taylor, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Johnston. So I wanted to start with some data that you guys had questions about after the last meeting. And as a reminder, in 2018, a little over 1,700 tags were returned to the department. And so far in 2019, a little over 2,000 have been returned. You don't necessarily have to pay that much attention to the monetary value right now, because I'll go over that again later in this slideshow. These are the totals for tags returned after the last business day before the hunt. So in 2018, 24 tags were returned from customers after the last business day before their hunt began. In 2019, so far it has been 8 people. And these are the people that we're looking at with this regulation. Chairman Johnson.
Can you just go back to the preceding slide?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Like I said, that 2019 number is not complete yet. because
Sure.
Hunts haven't ended.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. Last meeting, Chairman Johnson, you asked about customers who had drawn multiple tags who returned tags. So in 2018, 42% of customers who returned a tag had only drawn one tag. 41% of customers who returned tags had only drawn two tags. 15% of the customers returning tags drew 3 tags, and 2% of customers returning a tag drew 4 tags. Okay. So in 2019, they didn't change too much, except that 59% of customers returning a tag only drew 1 tag. 31% of customers returning a tag had drawn 2 tags. 9% of customers returning a tag drew 3 tags, and 1% had drawn 4 tags. And then I'll move forward when you guys are ready.
Everyone ready for Ms. Taylor to move on? Yeah, we're ready. Okay.
Okay, so the total tags returned value was just under $200,000 in 2018, which brings up the next slide, which these tags are not reissued. So these tags were returned after the 2-week period before the hunt begins. Because if you remember, we can't reissue a tag if it's returned 2 weeks before the hunt begins. So that gave us a little over 1,100 tags returned that could not be reissued, which is a monetary value of $129,000. Tony, do you have anything to add to this?
Thanks, Kaylee. So, looking at these numbers, I mean, a lot of this was generated by questions that the commission asked, and it gave us a great opportunity to kind of dive into it and look at these numbers. I think it was interesting that, could you go back one slide, please? So there's 1,784 tags returned in 2018. Of that 1,784, there were 1,179, nearly 1,200 tags that came in that last 2 weeks that were not eligible for reissuance. So this gets to the challenge of how can we get those 1,179 tags back in the field. We're losing some opportunity there. And so not only, do we already know that we have a demand that outpaces the supply, but now we also see where we're leaving opportunity on the table because we have such a high percentage of those tags returned in that 2-week period prior to the commencement of those hunts. And so it's invited some discussion internally about how can we give our customers an opportunity to turn those tags in sooner so that we can take full advantage of that recreational opportunity, knowing that we already have much greater demand than supply. The dollar piece, as Kaylee pointed out, the total value of return tags of the 1,784 is just shy of 200,000. And then the next slide. But of that 200,000, there's roughly 130,000 that are not reissued. So, speaking strictly to a business sense, which it needs to, I guess, be part of the analysis, but not only are we talking about 1,180 people or tags that could potentially be reissued, we're talking about an additional $130,000 of revenue to do habitat work, game management work. And looking at the numbers there, you can see that the most numerous tag return is the mule deer any legal weapon buck tag at 265 tags. And there again, that's, one of the highest demand items. And then elk, any legal weapon, both antlered and antlerless, each over 100. And pronghorn, antelope, any legal weapon, buck over 100, 131 tags. So there's significant opportunity there. And we did explore, after the last commission meeting, we had talked about the possibility of kind of developing a first come, first serve. We did look at existing regulation statute to determine if the department had the authority to do that independent of a legislative action, and we believe that we do. The commission possesses the authority, that it exists within the department to do that through regulation, should there be a desire at some future point to go there. But this has been a really good exercise for us to look at these numbers as it relates to this particular regulation and deference, so.
Yeah. Also wanted to, sorry, I just wanted to point out, these are not like very set numbers. We had to do this all manually because the AMS system doesn't calculate this for us. So I just wanted to give a shout out to the licensing staff who took many hours pulling together this data for you guys.
Okay, so I guess I just want to make sure I understand the number. So in 2018, we had 1,784 tags returned before the deadline?
Total.
Total.
1,784
Total.
tags returned total.
So that includes the 24 that was on the previous slide?
Yes.
And then 1,179 of those were returned in the time period in which they could not be used, they could not be reissued,
Yes.
resulting then in the $130,000 loss of revenue or refund.
Yeah, and I don't know that I would focus on that revenue piece. First and foremost, I would focus on the 1,179 tags that couldn't be used. And secondarily, if those could be used, it would be an opportunity to resell those tags, which could also make a difference of almost $130,000 to the department, which is non-federal money that could be used as match to garner federal dollars. So.
Okay.
I wasn't focused just on the revenue piece. I focused on the numbers of tags too. I'm trying to think about what a first come, first serve might even be like. You guys getting inundated with telephone calls and people showing up, what's available? I don't know. Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's another issue. So as far as data, that's all I have for you guys. I didn't put any language in this PowerPoint. You guys received the language in the mail out. But again, extenuating circumstances include unanticipated, severe, catastrophic events, injuries, and illnesses. And, they would not include anticipated, mild, or planned life events, medical events, or illnesses. So that language is now in the regulation. This is the current timeline in NAC. So again, we're not addressing anyone who returns a tag after the last business day before the hunt until their hunt begins, as it is written in NAC now. If you were to pass this regulation, that would be giving people who had an unfortunate event or life circumstance happen after the last business day before their hunt begins, up until shooting hours on their hunt, on the first day of their hunt. And then if you guys have any questions as far as the language, I'd be happy to answer those as well.
Commissioner East?
Kaylee, when you were looking back at the last couple of years, I know you have to list a reason why, was there any like number one reason or number two reason why people were returning those tags?
We don't have those reasons in our system, so
Oh,
we just have to go through those letters and try to find what people have written. And like I said in the last meeting, a lot of them had said like medical reasons or school reasons, couldn't get the time off work. So there was just a number of reasons, but I don't have any number for those. Let me see actually if that was on. Yeah, no, so these were the numbers, but we don't have a number of how many people returned them for what reason.
okay, thanks.
Commissioner Hubbs?
So there's the return after the deadline and then just the returns overall that we were looking at. So just to be clear, the returns overall were a little more than 11,000. Is that correct?
I think it was a little bit more than that.
Right.
Yeah,
It
the
was-
1784
And
is
then-
the total number of returns for 2018.
And then after the deadline is only about 24. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so then this next number was after 2 weeks before their hunt, because those tags can't be reissued. But if we're looking at if they returned 1 business day, after the 1 business day before the hunt begins, it's this smaller number. And that's because we're addressing these because if you return it after 1 business day before your hunt begins, you don't get your bonus points back.
So there's 2 deadlines. The first deadline is 2 weeks in which if the tag is returned before the 2 weeks, it can be reissued. The second deadline is the last business day before the hunt starts, after which you don't get your bonus points restored and the tag is not reissued. The number of 24 individuals who in 2018 returned their tag after the last day, those 24 individuals in 2018, for whatever reason, turned those tags back after the last business day before the hunt started and could not regain bonus points used to obtain those tags. This regulation is intended to provide some relief in the event of extenuating circumstances where an individual had every intention of hunting and going in the field with that tag, and then after the last business day before the hunt started, for whatever reason, would be unable to hunt and then turn that tag in, and unfortunately had to forfeit any and all bonus points used to obtain that tag.
So you're saying that the 11,000 plus can be reissued? Because I'm hearing you
1,100, there's 1,179 that occurred after the first deadline of 2 weeks that, based on current regulation, could not be reissued. And part of that reissuance is in consideration of the hunters. The process now, an applicant can select whether they would like to be considered as an alternate or not. And so if they're being considered as an alternate, it's been the determination of the commission and the department that they should have at least 2 weeks to prepare for that, and that it would be unfair to charge their credit card and give them a tag 2 days before hunt started and say, thanks for the money, have a good time. And so what we're looking at instead in that 2 week period is an opportunity where those tags could still be, and this isn't on the table here now, but we're looking at ways to fully utilize that opportunity that is currently being lost, whether it's on the front end and allowing people the opportunity to more easily turn those tags in prior to the 2 weeks, or those tags that don't get turned in earlier, having some mechanism within that 2 week period that would still allow that opportunity to be used in the field some way.
And so if we were, it's not on the table now, but you're saying in the future, you're looking at potential reissuance of that near around that number, and do we factor that into our quota setting because now there's going to be additional tags? I mean,
They are not additional tags. They're already calculated in the quota setting. The quota process looks at, anticipates angler or hunter success based on the past 3-year average. So as we've seen an increase in tags returned, that quota setting process isn't anticipating how many tags are going to be returned. It's already built in. That's one more layer of that conservatism that isn't currently being accounted for. We talk about all those layers of conservatism. Tags being returned isn't being accounted for as an added measure of conservatism, but it is.
My only last thing is, when I was reading this with Brad, I think, is this our third workshop or our second workshop? I thought it was a second. This is a third. Okay, just to clarify, because the 9A said we'll hold the second workshop, so I just,
I think it's the third.
okay. And that's it for me.
Second?
Yeah, it is the third workshop.
It says second on the agenda.
Okay.
No. Third. The memorandum from the department says second, the agenda says third, and I believe it's the third time that we have gone through it.
Sorry about that.
Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Kaylee, on one of your slides, you'd mentioned extenuating circumstances does not include illness. Is that what I saw?
It's minor illnesses.
Okay.
So if you get an unanticipated, like, major illness, that would be maybe something that's an extenuating circumstance. In the language I had written, the holder or family member of the holder incurs an unanticipated severe catastrophic event, injury, or illness. So that severe is meant for severe catastrophic event, severe injury, severe illness.
Okay. When you put in severe illness, what did you intend? What are you thinking? What might be an example? Let me ask you that.
Something that hospitalizes you would be a severe illness in my mind. I guess that could be up to you guys, and I can change this language, certainly.
Okay.
If you guys have other ideas.
So the reason I bring it up is with the, I'm a little bit removed by a couple months, so I may not be as sharp as I might have been a couple months ago since I've retired. But the, when we're talking about outbreaks of disease, those are, if we have, say, for example, somebody has botulism, it's considered an outbreak.
Right.
Just one case. And it's certainly it's an illness, and it's certainly something that could hospitalize you. So that's what I'm thinking is that maybe there might need to be some language in here that says except as outlined in section 2 or something, so that it's making it clear that there's that distinction continues. You see where I'm headed with that? We're talking about small numbers of people, and then the likeliness of something like that happening is very, very, very small. But I think if we're going to make the distinction with outbreak of disease and still work with the term illness, we might need to continue to make that differentiation so there's not this perception of conflict in the reg.
Yeah, that outbreak of disease, I'm thinking was in reference to animals, like wildlife populations, but I'm trying to look for that right now.
Okay, that's a good point. I didn't see it. I didn't think of it that way.
Yeah,
but
so in
that's-
section 2, that does not include an outbreak of disease or a natural disaster. I think as far as the outbreak of disease, it was supposed to be occurring in wildlife populations. I could certainly add that for clarification
That would be a
purposes.
good clarification, because I certainly didn't even dawn on me until you mentioned it just now. That's because of my background, I guess. So
But if
that
you
would be a
would-
good that distinction there. That would work too. So.
Yeah, if you guys want to include a disease outbreak among human population, I could include that in section 3.
I think
subsection
just
2.
making the clarification, if that was intended for outbreak of disease amongst animals, amongst the animals that would be plenty fine, and then the rest would work fine for me at that point.
Okay.
So thank you.
Was the natural disaster intended then to be related to wildlife too?
No.
And not like earthquake destroys my home, therefore I have an extenuating circumstance?
Yeah, so I know you had brought up the flooding issue with your home the last time, and I think that would occur under the catastrophic event definition in an extenuating circumstance.
Yeah, I guess my question is, do we need section 2? I mean, if you're defining what an extenuating circumstance is, that allows you to defer or transfer the tag or return it, why do we need another section that says what it isn't? That to me is inherently inherent conflict in the statute. Saying this is what it is, you don't need to say what it isn't. But I understand this is like the grinding of the sausage as we go through the legislative process.
Yeah.
So it's almost, my mind is if we can come up with a definition of what the extenuating circumstances is, we can delete Section 2 because it just creates confusion. Secretary Wosley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think of 3 instances in particular that probably are the genesis of this language. One is catastrophic wildfires, where after that period, or when the fire is going and people are unable to access their area, they've said that's unfair, it's an extenuating circumstance, they should be able to get that back. Another one that has occurred is federal shutdown, access to Sheldon, for example. That's prohibited people from accessing the area for which they have valid tags. That could also there could at least be some attempts to define that as an extenuating circumstance. And then some of the disease outbreaks in bighorn sheep that have occurred after hunters have received tags. And so those 3 issues have all occurred with, I guess, some frequency, enough to where I think there was a desire to say these things that we know will happen are not included, but simply by defining what it is, it should be implied that it doesn't include those. So we'll certainly go the direction that the commission desires, but I wanted to provide some background as to the genesis of that language.
Commissioner Olmberg.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused on this, when we refer to this regulation only being effective for this short time period and only impacting 24 people. It's my understanding if someone broke his back from the time he got the tag, months before the hunt started, he broke his back, he's not gonna be well enough, he could still defer his tag in a period much earlier than this little narrow window that we're talking about. Is that not correct?
I don't believe so as the regulation is written, because it would have to occur within that time period we just discussed, after the last business day before the hunt. If someone broke their back before applying for tags and they still applied for the tags, that's
No.
an anticipated event.
No, after he already received it, after the drawing, he put in for it, he receives it. It is prior to this 2-week period even, that he breaks his back, gets a diagnosis that, he has to go get back surgery, he's not gonna be mended before his season. Would he not be eligible to participate in this?
I don't believe so, the way this is written.
Secretary Wosley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Commissioner Almberg brings up a really good point, and it's one that could be addressed in the language if there is a desire to see that it be included or excluded. And that goes back to your comment, Mr. Chairman, about the sausage making part of this, and it's the value of the workshop. But if there is a desire to ensure, the idea is that people that couldn't take advantage of the existing process, so in the example that Commissioner Almberg presents, that individual would be able to take advantage of the existing process because he or she would know that they're unable to hunt. And so it's an interesting dilemma that we could certainly address specifically if there's a desire.
Because I didn't really focus on it, but I tend to agree with Commissioner Olmberg that the way it's worded would be if I have an extenuating circumstance, whatever that may be, after I draw the tag, I can defer it rather than turn it in for restoration of bonus points. And that may very well create a potential issue because now I can't hunt for whatever reason, work schedule, I can either turn in my tag and get my bonus points, or I can have an extenuating circumstance and turn in my tag, and I can defer it until next year. And now I can plan the dates off better, because I know what the seasons are generally. So I'm gonna get the same tag back the next year. That, and the way I read this is written, it's if the extenuating circumstances occurs before shooting hours on the first day of the tag's effective date, for lack of a better term.
So the burden of proof is on the person. Like I showed, I don't have the form with me on this PowerPoint, but I did show you guys the form at the last meeting, and I think they would have to prove that it is a real extenuating circumstance, not just something they made up in some version of a doctor's note or a hospital's note or an insurance claim. But yeah, if you guys are worried about that, we could reword this language. Or if you guys want to allow that, then that's up to you guys as well.
Commissioner Cavilla?
I have the exact same concerns, and I was going to bring it up, but Commissioner Almberg did. The way I read this, it's wide open once you draw the tag. And the other concern I have when you do that is the transfer aspect as well. I know we talked about that, how that's a big can of worms. I see it as a big can of worms where, and we brought it up last time, I believe, where, and I didn't see it got addressed, but, you know, with the transfer, there can be no compensation or trading or bartering for that transfer of the tag. But, you know, somebody draws a tag and breaks your femur, you can't go on the hunt. Okay, I'm going to transfer it to somebody. But I mean, that's just another area in there that I see is ripe to get abused as well.
Commissioner Hubbs?
Isn't the whole point, though, or is to expand the area to transfer? I mean, we know we can defer, right? Am I just missing something, or are we just saying, let's keep it at deferment versus transfer, and we're not into transfer? Because did the legislature, the Assembly bill mandate that we do this where we allow transfer, or we can do this if we're open to transfer?
You can. It says you may.
So,
And in that Assembly bill, it also addresses the not being compensated for transferring of that tag. That's why it's not in here, but if, I could also add it in here, but that language is in the Assembly bill.
So I mean, one of the things would be you could define it in section 3, because we have the incurs in extenuating circumstances before legal shooting hours. It may be a situation where it's incurs in extenuating circumstance after the holder may return his or her tag pursuant to its NAC, whatever that section is, but before legal shooting hours on the first day of his or her hunt.
Yes, that's an easy fix.
That's going to be a pretty narrow set of circumstances.
Correct. And that was kind of our point from the beginning, is you're really only addressing those 24 people from 2018. 8 people so far in 2019. But those do occur as shown here, so.
am I missing something, or, I mean, I know it's not on the table right now, but are we, what I'm hearing is there's 11,000 tags that aren't used, or, I mean, and if. 1,100. Or 1,100, oh, excuse me, 1,100, sorry, that's a lot more, okay, 1,100. Are we trying to, I mean, if we're trying to reissue something or have use or opportunity, shouldn't we be looking for transfers for that number?
But that's a totally different issue. Those are people who are turning in their tags under the existing regulations that allow them to do so. There's just a lot of those tags get turned in the window of time in which the department cannot turn around and reissue them. That's a separate issue than what we're talking about
I
here.
understand that, but I mean, but in that circumstance, you can only defer, or you can turn them in to get your money back and points back, right? I mean, during that period of time, right now, we don't have the option on the table to transfer during that time.
No, and there's no,
Statutory mandate or statutory language to allow us to do that at this time. This is
Correct.
for the 24 people.
and if you want to open up a can of worms and transfer of tags, say people can transfer the tags within the last 2 weeks prior to the start of the tag,
It would be a nightmare, are you saying?
I think what you would see when we always hear about the non-hunter putting in for tags to draw tags, if they could be freely transferable, that's why when we've looked at tag transfer, it's under very limited circumstances. Now, whether or not we, at a future commission meeting, agendize the potential reissuance of the tags turned into that 2-week period, that's something we may want to consider, but that's a different item for discussion at a later date.
So is part of this discussion today, is the 24 situations that came up in 2018 really worth all this regulatory code change? And are we into transfer to third party for those 24 people or 8 people this last year?
I don't know, the Nevada legislature adopted a statute, so they thought it was at least worth their time to pass a statute that said we may do it. We don't have to. It's a may statute. We're to consider it and evaluate it, and we're narrowing it down to a very short window period of time or possibly narrowing it down to where an extenuating circumstance occurs in a very short period of time that disrupts people from being able to use their tag.
And that's because these people don't even have the ability to get their bonus points back
Right.
if they can't use their tag.
But we don't necessarily know why they returned them after the deadline.
No, there could be a variety of reasons. Last time I told you guys,
Right.
some of them were school, some of them were work, some of them were legit medical reasons. The calls the director's office gets are the serious ones, so those are the ones we hear more often. But yes, technically, some of those could be for school or work reasons.
Mailed it late.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be a variety of things. I mean, Commissioner Allenberg?
Yeah, I think the 24 number is deceiving. That 24 may come from a pool of 1,700 that turned their tags back. 24 people, what we're looking at, have extenuating circumstances. It's not just that group that in that period, I mean, there may be 0 in that 24 that has an extenuating
Correct.
circumstances. Some of those extenuating circumstances, if you're gonna have a pool of 24, may have to be part of the bigger pool of the 1,700 that turned it back, that it just,
Yeah, and that's
It
going
has
to
to be
vary
bigger.
year to year also.
And there could be a whole host of people who experience extenuating circumstances, don't get the tag turned in, and they submit their card that says didn't hunt. I mean, that's possible. I mean, they can say, I missed the deadline to turn it in, I'll do my report card, I turn it in, I didn't hunt, didn't harvest. We don't know why, we just know that that's what they reported on their return card. So, I think, just my own comment, for me, I would need this regulation to shorten that time frame to address the comments of Commissioners Caviglia and Allenberg, which would be the Section 3, adding the, after the holder may return his or her tag pursuant to the NAC deadline, but before legal shooting hours.
What doesn't seem logical here is the smaller window of time for people with extenuating circumstances get the freedom to transfer, whereas everybody else does not, who turns back within the larger period of time. It's
Yeah,
like, why
but-
is a transfer allowed in this small period of time and not the other period of time? I guess, logically, I don't understand that. Like, what's the intent there? Why do the people who actually let the deadline go by get allowed to even transfer it to a third party? That's my question. Whereas the ones before, you were saying we don't want to open up that can of worms, but why are they almost penalized? Because they can transfer to their family member or something like that, but this group that doesn't meet that deadline gets to transfer to their family member or an eligible hunter. And it doesn't make any logical sense to me.
So I think if you look at this timeline, I'm hoping it will help you a little bit. So tags are reissued and bonus points are restored if they return the tag 2 weeks before their hunt begins. If they return it in between the 2 weeks before the hunt begins and the last business day before their hunt, those tags cannot be reissued because that doesn't give hunters on the alternate list enough time to plan for that hunt. But the person returning the tag still gets their bonus points restored. And then if it's for a death, disability, or military reason, they get a full refund also. But if you're looking at the time in between the last business day before the hunt and when the hunt begins, there's currently nothing for that. So people returning them in that timeline don't get their bonus points back, they don't get a refund, and those tags are definitely not reissued. But if they are able to transfer their tag, like it's going to usually be to a family member who has probably already scouted with that person and planned for that hunt with that person. So hopefully they are prepared enough to go out and use that tag if that tag's transferred to them. And then what we addressed with the first come, first serve thing is if someone returns a tag after the 2 weeks before the hunt begins, and we do have a first come, first serve program, that's just up to the person claiming that tag. Like if I am online waiting for that tag to pop up and I claim it, then that's my responsibility to go out and scout for that hunt, even though I might have less than 2 weeks before it begins. But that was my problem. I chose to buy that tag, and I hope that helped a little bit.
Yeah, so you're just saying they get the transfer becomes more of a consideration in those areas because they lose all at that point in time, and you might have a hunter that's able to go out and be somewhat prepared in that time frame.
Correct.
And we also have the option to eliminate the transfer option. It's defer a return. And we have that ability. Commissioner Allenberg.
I think a little bit of the transfer, at least for me, or where my thought process went is there was some bills that were in legislature that was for a mentor program to transfer those tags. And that got put to the side, and that got added to this. So, I mean, you're right when you think about, at least I believe you're right when you think about it is discriminating to the other group. Now we have this other group in this new bill that gets to transfer their tag. But I think that was a product, in my mind, of, getting rid of the mentor program where we could have donated our tag or given our tag to, say, some of these foundations that are taking youth out or handicap out.
I mean, theoretically, if you had an extenuating circumstance occur after the last business day before the hunt, and when your hunt begins and you want to transfer that tag, you still could give it to a foundation. I mean, not the foundation itself, but you'd have to pick a specific person that foundation told you, and they could use that tag. But it just comes down to the preparedness, and maybe someone doesn't want it to be transferred to them. I don't know.
Yes, Commissioner East.
Thanks. Kaylee, can you explain number 5? The original holder of the tag has up to 14 business days after the start of his or her hunt to return the tag to the department. The department has 5 business days to process the return for bonus points or deferral or transfer.
Yes, I believe this came out of the last commission meeting. You guys kind of wanted a time limit. And that's maybe partly because some hunts only last 14 days, so if you wait 14 days after the first day of your hunt to return the tag, but you want to transfer it to someone, but your hunt's only 2 weeks long, that doesn't really help if you wait longer than 14 days. I can definitely change these days if you guys wish, but I believe this came out of the last meeting. And then as the department, I gave us 5 business days. I don't really,
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we could do it in a shorter amount of time than that, especially when CalCMI has to print the tag and ship it from Texas, so.
You know, I think some of the discussion was if you're in this window of time and you have the death of a family member or you're in the hospital, you need to be afforded some time to submit your form to the department along with the tag.
Right.
Okay. I was trying to remember the conversation from last meeting. Okay, thanks.
So I have a question, because I need to go a step further. You know, you have this 14-day window, and I hate getting in the what-ifs and all the hypotheticals. But obviously, someone could have the extenuating circumstances. It's defined as something that prevents them from using their tag. They're going to have to attest they did not use the tag when they turn it in. If it's shown that they've falsely reported the extenuating circumstance after they used the tag for, let's say, 5 days, and then decided to turn it because they're within the 14-day window, right? They don't need to notify the department of anything. There's got to be a penalty.
Right, but they'd have to prove that the extenuating circumstance happened before the first day of their hunt.
Understood.
But yes, I guess
Okay.
theoretically
But
you're
in
correct.
in my mind, when you submit and return that tag 10 days into your hunting season, you're going to have to say 2 things. Prove the extenuating circumstances, and you're going to have to say under penalty of perjury, I did not hunt on this tag. And my question is, if someone gamed that system, what's the penalty? And in my mind, that's got to have some sort of violation. But you know, you have to have both. You're going to have to give people the window to return the tag after the extenuating circumstances, which I am all in favor of, because obviously if you're in the hospital or attending to the funeral of your parent, child, or spouse, you're not going to be going, I need to get this form into the Department of Wildlife. So we give a window of time, but we need to have that window of time. There's going to be 2 elements then that they need to submit. One is the proof of the extenuating circumstance, and the second is the statement that they didn't use the tag for any period of time. And then what is the penalty if it's proven that that's not true? And I'm kind of I could go either way on the transfer. I mean, I could see it as just, you can either defer or return, defer to next year, or return and get your bonus points, take out the transfer language. I'd probably be, I'm on the fence on that one, so.
Chairman Johnston, if we do the other hypothetical, like you go out and you're actually injured while you're hunting, that's what I'm thinking, like day 1, somebody's got mammo jam or heart attack, you know what I mean? But their son could continue hunt, or their wife or whatever, and he's in the hospital. Wouldn't that, I still feel like that could occur and there would be no malintent, it's just what happened. And they kind of still fall within that realm.
Yeah, but we've talked about if something happens while the hunt occurs, that we have to draw the line somewhere. I mean, the transfer, I said I'm on the fence on it. I'm not convinced one way or the other. But once they walk out into the field and they're beyond those shooting hours, if something happens, it happens.
So I believe unless we put some sort of penalty in here, if the department determined that that circumstance is not it does not qualify as an extenuating circumstance, they would just lose their bonus point and be in a waiting period for that tag as if they didn't return the tag. But if you would like a more severe punishment, then we would have to figure out what that would be, and I'd have to put it in here.
Do they ever appeal? Would anyone ever appeal it? I think they probably would.
The gray area is always going to be the extenuating circumstance.
Right,
It was one and they said it wasn't.
right. Yeah, because extenuating circumstance is subjective.
Yeah, I mean, I tried to define it as best
Right.
possible, but you're right.
I met, I get my head so jumbled right now. I met a gentleman in the field a couple of weeks ago whose wife, he had an archery deer tag. In there, they live in Area 032, and his wife had a legal weapon deer tag. He didn't get a deer during archery season. His wife was diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer during the time of his season ending and her season starting. And so they ended up returning the tag. This situation wouldn't allow them to transfer because it's within that window.
Right.
Yeah.
If we continue it with the recommendation by Chairman Johnston of after the holder may return the tag pursuant to NAC, but before legal shooting hours of their hunt.
Okay.
Additional comments or questions? Commissioner Hubbs?
Trying to understand a little bit more about the scenario that I brought up and your issue with potentially abuse in that area if you're out in the hunt and you've done 5 days. You think that's going to be a motivator for abuse? Like people will, maybe they're not doing well in their hunt or something happens and then they would come up with some type of extenuating circumstance to bow out, get their points back or whatever. I mean, I'm trying to understand what is so, like if you're a day or two in the hunt and something happens, I'm just trying to see if that's an issue with fraud that you're worried about. Like, what does it mean even if you're out there for 5 days and something happens to you? I don't understand how that still wouldn't be extenuating circumstance. I mean, unless,
I'm not saying I never said it wasn't an extenuating circumstances. It's, some of the, I'm trying to think, some of the sheep tags are 30 days. So someone could have an opportunity to hunt for 2 weeks. They return home and then, and they may or may not have planned to go back out in the field and they truly have an extenuating circumstance. They say, oh, you get my tag back next year. It's, if you have the opportunity to use the tag and something happens during the hunt.
right, because some people could hunt and hunt and hunt and just still not be successful. And that's kind of, once you roll the die, you go.
So, Secretary Wasling?
Thank you, Chairman Johnston. I believe there's also a statutory limitation. We talk about use. Use is kind of defined as means to actively pursue animals with the intent to harvest, and there's statutory limitations in that tag is for one individual, and if you have multiple individuals using that tag, I believe that's a statutory violation, and that's why we said it couldn't otherwise be used. I don't see anybody from law enforcement here, but we can look into that, but I believe that's why we've avoided that. If that tag was otherwise used, you can't have multiple individuals hunting on one tag during one season.
Additional comments or questions?
Just back to the transfer, I guess I would be more inclined to just remove transfer for both. I don't know if there's any potential area for abuse but if they are able to get their bonus points or defer their hunt, it's the same as the first group. It's just those individuals who have extenuating circumstances in that little narrow bit of time can still preserve their points or defer their hunt, which is what the first group gets.
No. What first group? First group, you can't defer your hunt.
Okay, so.
I can only turn it back in and get my bonus
Get your
points back.
bonus
I
points
can't
out.
transfer, I can't defer it. It's a no questions asked, here's my tag. And it's like I didn't draw it. And so when next year, if I want to apply for that tag again, I go back into the draw and I have my bonus points.
So we could do the second group where they get their bonus points back only, similar to the first group?
Correct, you could take out defer and transfer and just leave the return for bonus points. I believe those two were in there, well, they were in there from the assembly bill, but I think maybe those are allowed because when you're returning it after in such a short amount of time, you have very limited options. So, like, also, I think we were wanting it to be if someone passed away, that tag could be transferred to a family member, but LCB wouldn't allow that. In that case, this would come in handy. They couldn't return their tag for bonus points anyways if they passed away, but they could have done the transfer. Like I said, that's not really relevant anymore because LCB won't allow us to use it for someone who passed away, but it would give someone who was like diagnosed with cancer and found out they couldn't ever hunt again the opportunity to transfer that tag to someone else because returning it for bonus points wouldn't benefit them and deferring it to the next season wouldn't benefit them either. But transferring it to a family member, you could say would benefit them since they had put in for all those bonus points to draw that tag.
I just wonder if, under that fact pattern, if what you're going to see is a shift from people meeting the deadline for deferment and bonus points, and then saying, hey, I'm really never going to get better anyways, so I'm just going to go into this area and transfer to another person who can benefit from my bonus points I've saved up and got this wonderful tag, and they can have that experience.
Yeah, they would have to prove that that happened in that short period of time, but yes, we might see a shift, we might not, based off of the burden of proof, I'm not sure.
Any additional comments or questions? We'll take it out to public comment. Agenda item 9A. Any public comment in Las Vegas?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is Jana Wright, resident of Clark County. I'm speaking in opposition to this regulation as I feel that AB 404, as the chairman mentioned, it's a may, not a shall directive. I also think that if the commission wants to move forward with a regulation, Section 3A and 3B should be eliminated, that the only option for this small group of people in this small window of time is to return the tag and get their bonus points. Because the original regulation was all about bonus points. People didn't want to lose them, and they wanted to give them to a family member. So then the rest of the regulation, the wording would have to be changed to reflect those changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes comments from Las Vegas. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment here in Reno.
John Hyatt with the Clark County Cab. First, we'd say a tag is an opportunity to hunt. It's not a guarantee of success. So, you have the opportunity. If something happens, that's the way life is. So I'm not sure that there's any reason to do this. When we actually look at some of the language in here, looking at section 3(1), in the red ink, the change that was made last time, it says before legal hours on the first day of his or her hunt. Well, my hunt, I set the date for my hunt, his or hers. The department sets the date for the hunt. So our cab looked at this and we said, if it's his or her hunt, then the person's setting the date. Whereas I think the department actually means the date the department sets. So you would say the hunt. So that stuff needs to be cleared up. Section B, we'd strike the entire clause as confusing, could lead to unnecessary and/or work in issuing the following year's tags, where we would lose closed units yearly around heritage and other tag harvests. So we would agree with Jana Wright probably that this whole thing maybe is not worth doing. And it's incredibly complicated. And I think in terms of public comment, the data on who returns tags, all that 1,800 people approximately that did that, one thing that struck me was how many archery and muzzleloader tags were returned compared to all legal weapon tags. I thought that was kind of striking, how many of those tags got returned, because it's a much smaller number of people with those tags than any legal weapon. So, I'm not sure we need to do anything with regard to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment, and Reno? Seeing none, I'll bring it back then to the commission. Comments, suggestions? Commissioner Valentine?
I apologize for having to walk in and out, but had a little bit of an emergency there. I just, when I keep looking back at this statute and going over all of this, I keep in the back of my mind remembering what Mr. Wasley indicated was one of the reasons that we were looking at this, is to give the opportunity for the department to, in serious extenuating circumstances, the ability to allow somebody to transfer a tag, defer a tag, or turn it back in. So I think there's a reason to have this and go forward with it for the department's use.
Any other comments? I'm not, I see the point in carrying it forward. I heard people saying they're opposed to it, but I didn't hear an explanation as to why they're opposed to it. Or it's cumbersome. Well, a lot of things we have are cumbersome. I said where I was at on the transfer. I mean, my view is that you have the extenuating circumstances arises after the deadline to turn in the tag for restoration of the bonus points, but before the start of the hunt. Mr. Hyatt's comment is actually one I wrote out. It's not his or her hunt, but it's the date of the tag or the hunt. I think that was just, as what we were trying to accomplish there is legal shooting hours on the first day of the tag the holder has. And after the deadline to turn the tag in for no questions asked and restoration of bonus points. And at that point in time, I think it should be defer the tag or return, no transfer. You're going to have a minimal amount of time and try to transfer that tag. I think it's defer or restore the bonus points, and we go from there. But then we also need to give the people the window of time to turn the tag back in, to defer it or a restoration of bonus points. It's the 14 days. I personally think that window needs to be there, but we need to add it on. They not only have to show and provide evidence of the extenuating circumstances, they need to attest that they didn't use the tag. And then we need the required penalty if they've somehow lied to the department in this process. That probably already exists, I would imagine, if you falsify something to the department in terms of like to secure a license or a tag. But we could confirm that.
Say, just reviewing, I think we may have an appeal tomorrow, and I think they bring up some of that legislation about putting in false or misinformation. This is in regard to residency, but there is code or statute that's just for presenting false information in general.
And it may just be a reference to that, but in any event, those are the things that I personally would see in the cleanup. And I think the important thing, too, is the extenuating circumstances. As this regulation is drafted, it only defines what they are, but it must also prevent him or her from using the tag.
Okay.
It's already in there, and sometimes we get focused on the definition of extenuating circumstance, but it goes a little step further with how it's currently drafted. So perhaps if we need to take formal action, we can. I'm seeing a lot of nods of the head. Perhaps we could schedule a fourth workshop. I think, Ms. Taylor, you probably have enough direction from us as to what we'd like to see on the fourth go-around?
Yes.
Secretary Wosley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to say one additional thing. I appreciate Commissioner Valentine's recognition of some of my past comments on the importance of this. And I would say that even though we're looking at 24 tags in 2018, the one thing that hasn't been brought up here is that some of those tags, and this isn't speculative, what we've seen in some of these instances is individuals who have decades of investment in their points and have been loyal applicants, customers that have accrued 20-plus points that, due to those extenuating circumstances, lose that opportunity with that significant investment. So we could look at 24 and say, well, that's really not a big number, it isn't a big deal, but for those individuals that are affected that have been waiting in some instances for decades and have a significant temporal and financial investment, it would be great to provide them some relief, even if it's simply being able to get those bonus points back, which currently they don't have. So thank you.
Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I've been trying, a little bit like Commissioner Hubbs, just trying to process it and put it all in perspective. And I guess I had a couple thoughts. And then the way that the reg is written is it's implying that, I guess, let me ask the question first. So when this paperwork comes in to the department is processing and determining extenuating circumstances, is that right?
Yes, so they would process that and determine that based off of the definition from this regulation.
Okay. So what if we were to framework the regulation that somebody may petition the department in consideration of extenuating circumstances? The way it's written right now is it's kind of, I'm trying to figure out how to best say it. It's all in how it was written. It's saying, it's almost implying that you're leaving it up to the client or the customer to determine, well, I've had an extenuating circumstance, and therefore all I have to do is submit this paperwork. You see what I'm saying? It's just kind of it's kind of the perspective, so that, and I bring that up because on the back page on page 3, right at the top there, what is it, in section 3.2D, any other extenuating circumstance that the commission and the department determines qualifies a holder or transfer or defer to transfer or defer his or her tag. What role does the commission have in this? And you see where I'm headed? Is this something? Is this case by case, or is this general, or is the commission going to play a role the way that that's written?
So, Kaylee, if I might, so the department in having the discussion about where the commission, what the commission role should be, the concern is that with 7 meetings a year, that there may not be a meeting that would allow the commission to provide relief or deny or whatever, any kind of petition. The department thought that we would certainly report to the commission anytime an extenuating circumstance authority was exercised. The department doesn't want to determine or to use discretion, and that's where, fleshing out these details and getting the direction from you is essential. And I think we've hit on a lot of key points today that are really going to help us to tighten this up. And we are talking about an extremely small window of time and just providing relief to some of these individuals that meet a very rigorous criteria with a burden of proof on them. So this isn't about the department determining or exercising discretion in a way that's any greater than what we currently have. So we're not talking about blurring that line. We're just talking about having it as black and white as it currently is, just in a little different place that can provide relief to a small number of individuals that meet a really burdensome criteria to prove. In the event that the department does exercise the authorities that the commission's been provided by the legislature, the department will come back before the commission and share those details anytime that authority's exercised. And again, we are talking about a small number of individuals, but that have maybe been applying for a significant number of years.
Right. So I think so that would be, the commission's role would just be kind of a general role in that sense. I guess that's makes sense to me too, because we wouldn't be able to turn it around. It would just add another layer of burdensome, if you will. So the last question I had was, if somebody deferred a tag this year, would they be able to defer that same tag next year? That opportunity next year, because I can see, and we're talking such small numbers here, but I've been around long enough to see there are already people out there that have figured out 75 loopholes that we haven't even touched on yet, that we're going to hear about eventually. And because you could see, you get somebody, that's having a hard time drawing party tags or whatever the case might be, they just continue to defer until everybody draws a tag for, in a 5-year period or something. You see where I'm headed with that?
Right.
So, so is it a one-shot thing, or do they just keep doing it and they just keep getting the same consideration for extenuating circumstance year after year after year until 10 years down the road, they get their perfect opportunity? I throw it out.
It seems like they'd have to do a reapplication for another extenuating circumstances to defer it. It's deferred for 1 year to the next season.
Understood. So.
And then you'd have to reapply.
Okay.
Right, because if in the definition, it would say an anticipated event doesn't qualify as an extenuating circumstance. So I would imagine any circumstance that would keep them from hunting multiple years in a row would be anticipated.
We just roll with it, and if it stands out that somebody's deferred for extenuating circumstances 3 or 4 years in a row, maybe it shines a little why that one person and so many times, I guess. So, okay, all right.
I guess one thing, I will not support the regulation if it includes the subsection D on the top of page 3 that just says any other extenuating circumstance that the commission and the department determine qualifies. I think it's unnecessary. That's not to cast a dispersion at the department or this commission, but if it's on the books 10 years from now, we could have very different people in all these seats, and we're reminded of that. But that leads to too much discretionary issues. I do think Commissioner McNinch's comments are well taken in terms it seems that the holder of the tag may apply to the department if one of these things has to defer or restore or return the tag. And then the department should grant the application if the following circumstances are met. And then I suspect then if the person who submits that application and is denied by the department, it'll be coming to this commission on an appeal process, and there we go. Vice Chairwoman East.
Thank you. I still support the transfer. It was the original intent of the bill that we were actually supporting. And so I still support the intent of transfer for this situation.
Commissioner Valentine.
And I just, again, I want to go back to Director Wasley's, one of the situations I think he was put in was a situation where a gentleman had drawn a tag, or female had drawn a tag for a desert bighorn sheep. And it was determined he had terminal cancer and was not going to be able to use that tag on the hunt, and simply wanted to transfer that tag to his son to use. In my mind, that is a good justification for a transfer. And so I think it's something that, I think it was something that was intended as part of this package. So I don't see a problem with the transfer in a situation like that.
Of course, then I see the transfer for both groups again, then I get confused as to why only after, or, you know, this time period after you can't get your bonus points back or for the hunt. If the intent is to transfer because of those reasons, I don't see how it doesn't apply to the first group either. I feel like it's discriminatory to the first group who might have something come up and do it within that period of time. It's these folks that fall out of the period of time that get to do the transfer. And then I feel like that's an incentive to go down this road to make up stories or find a doctor who's going to say something because they get the transfer in the second situation, and so they wait. They're going to hedge their bet, especially if they're in that situation. I mean, you're going to know you have an illness like cancer, something that's terminal. I mean, the likelihood that you're going to find out in that very narrow window of time, it's going to be probably ongoing. You finally realize it's terminal. So if the intent there is to transfer to a third party who can hunt, it should apply to that group too. I don't see why, it's not logical to me why it only applies to the second group. And then for that reason alone, I think leads to abuse, could lead to abuse of it to get the transfer to take effect there.
I tend to agree with Commissioner Hubbs that if I'm diagnosed with terminal cancer on Monday, I can only turn in my tag and get a restoration of bonus points, and I'm not going to be around the following year to even apply. But if I get diagnosed with the terminal cancer the following Saturday, I can give the tag to my son. That doesn't make sense to me. But if we're gonna, so that's one of my minds is because the way I'm hearing things is because we're limiting this regulation to a very short period of time. I just think the transfer situation is gonna be extraordinarily rare. Unless you wanna open it up to the transfer goes back to, the time the tag's drawn.
If we're gonna have another workshop,
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, I was anticipating an adoption in January. But if we're gonna have another workshop and you want me to try and completely rewrite it so that a life-ending illness would qualify for a transfer, and that's the only reason, but in a longer period of time, I could do that if you gave me the amount of time you want me to give them. I mean, if we're gonna have another workshop and you guys want a lot of more changes, then you might as well just go for it.
I'll be off the commission before this one's done. Commissioner Allenberg?
Well, I agree with Commissioner Hubbs and yourself that you create this discriminatory, and it's an accidental. It's just a product of this. And if you're going to do this, then I think you have to back it all the way up and open it up to everybody. That extenuating circumstance, the time frame back up.
Or you eliminate the deferral and transfer, and it's just the restoration of the bonus
yes.
points. I mean, it's one,
Yes.
I see you have to go one way or the other.
That's right.
And whatever the flavor of 5 people on this, a majority on this panel is going to be where it goes. But I agree, it has to be this narrow window of time and very different options. I don't think's correct.
It makes sense to me. I do agree with Commissioner Valentine that if you're going to lose your bonus points, you're going to possibly die, you can't go on the hunt. That, to me, makes sense to have a transfer at that point, especially if you've invested it. But if it is just truly a gamble, and if you die, I mean, if we all die, we lose our bonus points, right? I'm assuming that. But this person just happens to know they're going to die, you know? So I could go either way. I just think it should be fair and balanced on both sides, so it doesn't create something.
Yeah, I mean, think of I hate to think about terrible situations, but if you're diagnosed with a terminal disease, you transfer the tag. If you die in a horrific accident,
You lose
it's
it.
gone.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't address every scenario. I just think on both sides of the timeline need to be the same. I just saying, when I say on both sides of the timeline, I'm meaning that date in which you can't turn it in for. Because we have, you have and the other thing right now, it's turn in for no reason, restoration of bonus points. What if it's now turn in for a reason? We define what the reasons are, then there's options. Same thing if you turn it in after the deadline for any reason. I understand. I'm not making sense right now, but I understand where the members of the commission are.
I think, should we provide some type of guidance, so for transfer, I mean, do we want this to be looked at from transfer, or do we want to remove transfer? Because then it's just deferral or your bonus points. And for both sides of the issue, that's what you get. Or transfer, and then it's transfer for extenuating circumstances, but what about the group before, should they just, for whatever reason, they have the transfer option? And I think that's where Brad was worried, or excuse me, Chairman Johnson was worried about going, is because that's going to unleash a huge can of worms. So if that's kind of the pattern, maybe I'm more open to removing transfer on the other end.
So if you wanted to just have the transfer for life-ending circumstances, we could leave the language as it is without your recommendation of after the hunter may return the tag, blah, 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 in section 3, and have the transfer, and then after section 3, subsection A, have another section that says, if the holder of a tag who incurs an extenuating circumstance after the holder of a tag may return the tag pursuant to NAC, but before the legal shooting hours of his or her hunt, they can defer or return the tag. Unless you guys just want to take transfer out completely.
I mean, this is really about putting transfer of your hunt, not your bonus points, not deferred and bonus points are something that individual can't use. But it's about really, we're going to open up an opportunity if someone's going to pass away to transfer their hunt.
Yes.
I'm not really opposed to that as long as it's on both sides.
Commissioner Allenberg.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Hubbs. I think that maybe the narrowness has to be, in fact, the extenuating circumstances. I mean, they are truly, and I think that they are intended to be very narrow. And you hang your hat on that and open it up in time-wise to both groups, so there's equity,
Okay, so.
Quickly. So, but if you just die quickly, like we said, Nobody gets anything. Your kids can't hunt, nothing, and that person just died too quick. I mean, essentially.
I don't know how long the transfer process is gonna take. Now we're gonna have legal battles over wills and who they really wanted to transfer the tag to, and
Right, and that's why we couldn't have death as an extenuating circumstance. LCB wouldn't let us.
so,
I'm just more inclined, I think, I like the transfer concept, I just think it opens up a huge can of worms, and potentially for that reason alone, we just do the bonus points and the deferment. Because it puts kind of it fair on both sides, the person who's hit by the car, you know, gets the same, you know, consideration as the person that's terminally ill from cancer. It's not like, I can just see somebody coming back and arguing that point that, oh, somebody in their family got tragically killed, which is horrible to talk about, but now they can't go on their hunt. Can they at least transfer?
okay. All right. So to try to get the conversation back on track, are we gonna have transfer of tags in the event of extenuating circumstances? That's the general concept. If an extenuating circumstances arise, however that may be defined, can you transfer the tag? And if the flavor is yes, then we have to address the regulation from that perspective. If the answer to that is no, then we go down then this regulation becomes a little bit easier, because then it's restoration of bonus points or deferral. But if you say that extenuating circumstances allow for transfer, then you're going to have to then, I think, address the timeline.
Well, the transfer, the only way the transfer could occur is, number one, you'd have to have the tag. So we know that occurs in June. And most seasons start in August, but if you, for some reason, or it's determined that you have a terminal illness, you're not going to be able to make that hunt, late season deer hunt, for instance, or something. What's wrong with the 6-month time period to enact that transfer through the department for approval, and then the transfer occurs? Could it not be addressed that way?
I could write it that way.
I'm just, any other comments, questions? I'm trying to figure out what direction to give to the department so when it comes back. But then, when you talk about tag transfer, you're talking about a diagnosed terminal illness.
Yeah, I'm talking probably a situation that's not going to happen very, very often, for sure. But it's one that Director Walsley uses an example of having the department's ability to.
So the extenuating circumstances that would allow for the transfer of a tag would be different and more narrowly defined than the extenuating circumstances that allow for the restoration of your bonus points.
And I do not disagree with that at all. I think a transfer should occur only on a situation where it's warranted.
Where they're never going to be able to use their bonus points or the deferred hunt. So it's like they know this is it.
The end is near.
And I guess, so, and then the reason we were saying that somebody who passes on can't transfer is because quickly, it's not like they have knowledge, but they pass quickly. It's because their use is extinguished at that point of death?
All right,
or-
Okay, but
I'm just trying-
we can't, I think this is getting, how are you going to do that? So I draw my tag in June. July, I get diagnosed with a terminal disease, God forbid, but it happens, okay? So how are you going to define that then? If they say you got 2 months to maybe a year and a half, And we're gonna say, oh, no, you can't transfer your tag there, you might be around next year, maybe not. No, you know, they don't give you, by the time that sheep tag's available, you're gone. You know, I mean, it doesn't work that way, and I don't mean to make light of the situation, it's very serious things, but you can't do a framework that seems like you're gonna get diagnosed with absolute certainty. So
Concept, and I hate the circumstance that we're talking about, and you want to open it up for that situation, but I feel like the consequence of doing so might be more harmful. With more petitions, more people wanting to get into some type of transfer position, I just don't know if the cost and benefit analysis is there to do the transfer. It's not that I'm opposed to transfer, I'm just opposed to selecting this certain group that can transfer and others that can't.
But I do agree with the concept that you cannot allow people who have an extenuating circumstances arise in a 2-day period transfer a tag, but people who suffer the exact same extenuating circumstances a week earlier cannot. So I'm very mindful of that fairness component, which I think was a very good point that you raised earlier. So if I'm hearing that you guys want to be able to see language where transfers can occur under certain circumstances from the time the tag is drawn until the first day of that tag, let's draft it up that way. And then you have the other set of extenuating circumstances that only apply to the narrow window period of time in which they can't return it for no reason or for any reason. With restoration bonus points, they missed that deadline due to extenuating circumstances, they can turn it in and get a restoration bonus points. That gives the department the ability to address that narrow window. And the dire worst-case scenario of I've been putting in my bonus points forever, however many years, decades, I drew the tag, I'm gonna die, and can I transfer it to my child, my spouse, whoever that may be? Is that a workable solution? Seeing a bunch of nods and thumbs up. Department's clear now on the direction?
Yes, but when I do the transferring of a tag to another person, you want it to be anyone or a family member?
In my view, it should be anyone who's eligible to
Okay.
take the tag.
That's how it's written now. I just wanted
Yeah,
to confirm.
because
It was.
it's not gonna, I mean, how often is this gonna happen? It's gonna be someone who's diagnosed with a terminal illness after they drew the tag. In that instance, if we're gonna allow them to transfer, they should be able to transfer who they want. Without compensation, go to who they want. They might be their best friend. They may not have any children. Their spouse may say like, Hunt, no, I don't even want you to go, let alone me go with you in your last few months. So.
Okay.
Commissioner East?
I was just recalling the AB 404. It was transferred to anyone, but the extenuating circumstance had to be within the first or third degree of sanguinity.
Right, and it's still like that.
Right, okay.
Okay. Claire?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, with that, it's 12:04. We're going to break for lunch. During the lunch break, there'll be agenda item number 8, the County Advisory Boards to Manage Wildlife Workshop. Mr. Yannick, informational. A workshop will be held to discuss the roles and responsibilities of CAB members. The 2-hour workshop will be held during the lunch break of the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners meeting. Obviously, anyone can attend that workshop. I take it it's going to be here. Is that correct? Back of the room. Okay, so it's 12:05. Why don't we reconvene at 1:40? That'll give plenty of time for people to get lunch. Those who want to attend the workshop can, and still should afford them time to grab lunch as well, because I'm understanding that the workshop is certainly not going to take 2 hours. Okay, so we'll reconvene at 1:40. Want to grab lunch? Oh, gosh. Please. Yeah. Get along quick, huh? Some of the discussions get along quick, huh?
I can tell it wasn't going to end well.
there a power plug here somewhere? I don't know. You know, we're playing musical chairs here, and the one thing I wanted to do, because people may have some questions on the preparation of the budget, the spreadsheet, and I got a computer up there, but if we're gonna sit around here, it'd be nice if I could set it up here. But I don't see, we got 110 somewhere?
Are you trying to set it up just to plug it in?
Yeah.
But do you mean like to charge it?
Yeah, I just wanna, I mean, it's charged, I don't know how long. Oh, okay, great. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'll put it over there. You guys want an attendance, a roll of who's at the thing or not?
No, I have an overall attendance.
Okay. Okay, unaccustomed to public speaking as I am. We have a myriad of people's experience of you guys that are sitting in the audience. Some have been with cabs for 20 years, some have been with cabs for 20 days. So it's got, some of this may be redundant to a lot of you, but there's some issues that came up during the last preparation of the budget that, because of a turnover in the cab makeup, some people got elected to be this person, and nobody told this person what his or her responsibilities were, or how to carry out those responsibilities. So, going back a good number of years, we created, or we actually renewed, a document that kind of gave people the idea of why do we have county advisory boards? What's their purpose? How do you join it? What requirements do you have to be on the board? And let people know what else is required other than attending the meetings. And what is the purpose of the advisory board? Anybody want to tell me what the purpose of the county advisory board is?
Be the speaker of
Well, no, go keep going. Anybody else want to add something to that? Yeah, if you read the NRS regarding the County Advisory Board and their purpose, it is to be able to bring information from a local area to the knowledge of the commission, and that you represent and you can inform the residents of your county as to changes that might affect them or the area that they'd like to hunt or fish and things like that. So, you know, there's a good reason for it, and it works as long as the system works, the County Advisory Board works the way it's intended. So first of all, you got to have officers, right? What are the different offices that we have to have? You got a chairman, you got a vice chair, you may have a secretary / treasurer or something like that. And because the reasons you need that is because the commission wants to know what's going on at your meetings, right? We read what's going to be on the agenda here today, and when we get back to our cabs, they're going to say, what happened about this? Now, if you ask me what happened about tag transfers, I don't know if I can give you a real definition. Right? Because it seems like it's in limbo land. There's nothing wrong with that, because some issues came up that were not specifically addressed in the way it was created and written and modified. And it looks like it's going to get modified again because people's definition and the way they look at it, because people were worried about, if I make up a good reason, I can take my elk tag and somebody offered me big bucks for it, I could sell it, couldn't I? So now we want to limit to whom we can transfer a tag. It's issues like that that we have to worry about, unfortunately, because people will try to game the system. I mean, it's one thing to be lucky enough to pull a real prize tag and unfortunately not be able to use it. And it's sad that if you don't have a family member that's into hunting, what happens to it? You get getting your bonus points back is okay, but some people will look at the opportunity, say, somebody offered me $1,000 or $2,000 for my tag, I could get real sick. So, I'm not trying to give somebody a way to game the system, but, that's what human nature is like, unfortunately. All right, well, that's not our main problem. Hopefully, you've had the opportunity to download a copy of the CAB manual, and it gives you some history. I mean, it's nice to see where we all started and what we're here for, and the purpose, and why it's a good thing to be on the board, and especially if you're interested. You could be a hunter, you could be a fisher person, you could be a conservationist. I mean, there's all kinds of reasons for wanting to be on the board, just to be involved in your local community and find out what's coming down the pike from the commission and the feedback from your friends, from your neighbors, people who come to your meeting and say, well, I think our season ought to start earlier here, or we should be able to fish over here. And, so there's a lot of different reasons that members of your community like or dislike the regulations. And the only way the commission hears about it is through you. Because they're to come to your meetings, make a comment, either a public comment or an agendized item, and you carry that message back to the commission. So, you know, we pass through the history and the people and where we got to, and we get into the details of the board itself. Depending on your county, you know, your Board of Supervisors or whomever, you know, posts a notice that there's an opening on the board. You apply for the opening. They set the criteria for what they're looking for as to be on the board. Are you a hunter, a fisherman, member of the public? You know, what are your concerns about wildlife, conservation, and issues like that? So you'll get a varied background of folks who come to your meetings, want to participate on the board, and they're not all going to be friendly sometimes. We have that situation in Carson City quite a bit. We have some very vocal individuals who are not into hunting, and that's fine. And they have a standpoint, and we listen to them. Sometimes they come up with some good alternative suggestions. And so it's easy to turn a deaf ear to some of these things, but your job, as outlined, is to report back to the commission what your county wants or doesn't want or wants changed. And the only way they can participate is for them to attend your meetings. So first of all, your meetings have to be publicized. And there's an NRS saying, you know, it's got to be so many days before the meeting, it's got to be in so many different places, they got to be posted, and, you know, that complies with making everybody happy NRS-wise. The appointment of members is strictly up to your local Board of Supervisors or whomever legal entity makes those decisions, what their requirements are for people. They want to know what your experience is. Do you need a recommendation from other people in the community? Various counties have various rules about how you apply for an opening on the board and what it takes, and there's an oath of office that you have to take. And most counties will run an open meeting law requirement that you attend meetings to understand what the open meeting law permits you and what it doesn't permit you to do, and where you can discuss it, and can more than 2 people from the board be at the same kind of meetings. I mean, there's a lot of hoops you have to jump through, or be aware of, I really should say, so that we don't commit something that we break the, you know, we do something in opposition to the open meeting law, and we wind up, you know, going to the state's attorney general, and they create a grievance, and we have an investigation, but it has happened. We've had numerous cases where it was decided in a courtroom as to what one of the board members did. Was it legal or illegal? So your manual goes into monitoring, compliance, removal, and replacement for reasons for cause. You could get replaced. You know, if you do something that's contrary, you get convicted of poaching. Well, I guess you're not going to be on the board very long if we convict you of poaching. That isn't the kind of criteria or background that we're looking for. So let's talk about roles and responsibilities. Once you filled out the application and you went before the committee and they thought you were of good moral standings and you knew a little bit about what you were talking about, so we're going to put you on the board. Now, obviously we need a chair and a vice chair, because sometimes people can't make the meetings. If we look at part 2 on page 14 of the manual, it says, Per NRS 501.297, each county advisory board to manage wildlife shall seek and evaluate local opinion and advise the Wildlife Commission on the management of wildlife within their respective counties. The purpose why we're here. The board shall submit recommendations for the management of wildlife. I mean, that's what our job is. Each of the counties has some unique characteristics. Speaking from Carson City, we really don't have too much hunting in Carson City. We have a lot of fishing in Carson City, but no hunting. And one of the things, when you hold a meeting, the chair or the secretary or the vice chair is appointed to produce and submit an action report. What did you do at your meeting? Because we look at what's going to happen at the Wildlife Commission meeting, and there are some things that our particular board may want to comment on in support of, they don't like something, they see something they want to change. So there's an action report to submit to the commission prior to the commission meeting. Now, I know some boards meet maybe only 3 or 4 or 5 days before the commission, depending on their schedule and when they can get the meeting room and what's all the members voting for. I mean, some of them are going to work, some they can't get to the meeting until this time. So that's up to the individual boards to decide when and where and what time they're going to have their meetings. Commission, that's up to you guys. The attendance of the meetings is kind of mandatory, because if you don't show up at the meetings, no one knows how you feel about something. If you don't have enough members present to vote on something, it's almost like a waste of time. So it's important, obviously, for members to attend. The chair, he runs the show. The vice chair may do it when the chair is not in attendance. It's good, some counties supply a secretary to take minutes of the meeting. Some counties use a recorder, and then a stenographer transposes it. One way or the other, we have to have a copy of what went on at your meetings. You had an agenda. Did you hold a vote on some issues? How did you feel about the hunting seasons? All kinds of various issues. The job is to document that and have it available in the event somebody wants to know, what did you do at your meeting? All right, so let's say we have the meeting, and one of the things,
one thing I want to try to add into there a little bit for the new people.
Glenn, let's go back in time. Glenn, myself, and Commissioner McNish were assigned this problem back in 2006, I think.
Yeah.
When we did it. And so we tried to put something together that was realistic and pertinent at the time. There's been 3 or 4 revisions and updates to the manual, and the current one that you can download from online, has got all the latest changes that we did. Keep going.
Okay, for the record, Glenn Bunch, one of the things that came out early on, and as far as I know is still out there, is your meeting has to be recorded, and you have to save that recording for up to 5 years or so. And the reason for that is, if there's someone comes in and says, you never talked about this in your meeting, and it opens up a court case, or someone comes in, you have to be able to play that back verbatim. I mean, you take your notes, your secretary, whoever puts out the minutes, but it has to be recorded. And at the time that they passed that law, the part is, we all purchased recording devices, and it's part of your budget, you put it on your budget, and you paid for it, because that was one of the things that come out, is the meetings have to be recorded, at least on tape, which is less burdensome than a video, but it was put out there many years ago that your meetings have to be recorded and you have to save it. So I just wanted to put that in for the new people, just in case.
I think I don't have a recording device. We haven't recorded any of them.
Well, so, okay, well,
That's kind of one of those things, why we put that in here is, this book is out, and I don't remember that part being in there, but it is one of the things that is on it, and this happened, way back in the 90s, when they come out with it, the meetings had to be recorded, and they authorized the purchase of recorders. Bad thing about that is the recorders don't last long, so you have to update it. In my particular county, Mineral County, I'm on my second recorder. At first I had the cassette recorder, and now we've moved into the electronic age where it's done on a recorder and then it's put on the computer, and I put it on thumb drive and store it away. So I'm able to, if someone comes in and says, on this date, you said that we have a mayor meeting and I want to hear the meeting. It has never happened that I know of, but it was an NRS the legislature passed that would come out, okay? So, one more thing to think about.
Yeah, you can take that. Most laptops have audio on them now. You can just turn it on audio and stick a thumb drive in there and download the audio and stuff out of the
Yeah, I couldn't totally into this.
Yeah, but
The
it's-
commissioner quit right in the middle, they said, here you go.
Yeah.
And I had no idea what I was doing.
Well, I understand that. That's kind of the way I got into it, but, I was just doing some figures here. I've been at 35 years. So I've seen a lot of these changes, and when they wrote the book, that's why they wanted to come to me and ask if I wanted to help. And so I said, sure. And it's been a learning curve all the time that I've been here. Gil come along and we bumped heads together. And Tom from Humboldt County we've all been here. Tom's took a break a couple of times. But it's the biggest thing is cover your back, because you never know when something could come up and somebody wants to dispute what you said. Okay? And that's all. That's what they come up with. And, we're fortunate in the smaller counties. We don't have the participation that they have in the larger counties. The Clark County, a lot of times their meetings will go for 2 days. So, it's one of those things, guys, we're fortunate, we're able to get it done in one.
I've never seen a 2-day meeting in Clark County.
I just hear it, that's all.
Okay, so the meetings start at 5:30 in the evening and they go till 9 o'clock, or shorter, but I've never seen them 2 days.
Okay. I've heard that they've had on a couple of issues, they've had 2-day meetings, but anyway.
well, I think Glenn is correct. I know when I first started, our meeting didn't start till 7 o'clock at night. And the agenda was set up where you had to read everything and dot all the I's, cross the T's. We didn't get out of there till after 10 o'clock most of the time. And, that was just the way it was. And being the new guy on the block, who am I to raise my hand and say, well, can't we move it to earlier? It was the way it was, and that's what was done. Over time, the Carson Advisory Board, meets on Tuesday before the meeting, and earlier in the evening, 4:30, 5 o'clock, depending on, what availability of a room that has recording capabilities and is convenient for all the members. And it changes. It's subject to change.
One of the issues you've got to keep in mind too is the meetings are open to the public. We've had a couple of meetings in one of our office buildings in Carson, we call it the Brick Building. We can't have them there anymore because they locked the building. At night, we could be in there having a meeting. The door can only be open from the inside. So we can't have our meetings there because of that. So
Glenn?
Anyway, that was just something we learned since I've been on the board.
Right,
that
yeah.
We tried, we didn't know there were people trying to get in out there, 'cause we were upstairs and the door's downstairs.
But
Glenn?
the thing, we're coming in close to the budget, I believe.
Yeah.
But there's one thing I wanted to put out here for people who either don't know it or new. When you get the commission agenda, if it's an action item, it has to be heard in your county. But if it's a possible action item, you can pick and choose. But if it's an action item, it has to be heard. You have to submit information, your county's information to the department, and they'll give it to the commissioners. That's one of the things that when the legislature passed that, and they come out with it, my question to the department and the attorney general, we were in Eureka when they brought that up. And I asked, wait a minute, are you telling me, because it says on your agenda, action item, I have to go through it at my county level? And the attorney general said, yes, but let me find out. And I said, well, the department is putting possible action item. Is that an out for us? They wouldn't say yes or no, their reply back to me is if it says action item, you will do it. So possible action gives you the choice to pick and
Discretion,
choose.
yeah.
So I wanted to put that out for the new guys and some of us that don't remember it or whatever. Unless there's been a change, that's the last one that I had. Okay?
And I think, and then the,
What I do on my agenda, I will act on any items on the commission's agenda, state commission's agenda, and then I post a state agenda with mine.
just the way it is.
Right.
And then you're covered on everything, and you
Right.
just go review the agenda, commission's agenda items that you need. That you want, one by one.
You pull the ones that.
Yes.
Yes.
Is there a time limit that you have to turn in your, like after your meeting, your meeting notes and stuff like that to?
Well, in order for the members of the commission to see the feedback, it has to get to them before the meeting here. Now, for some boards, it's a tight schedule between when they hold the meeting and when the commission meets. So, depending on the availability of the room that you're going to meet in and what's convenient for your board and for the public, we ask that you kind of schedule it at least, a week before. Sometimes that may not be. It may be 4 days before the meeting. So whoever's the chair or the secretary, who's ever got the responsibility to fill out that action report and get it to the commission so it can get distributed, electronically through email to all the commissioners, because they want to know what your county feels about what's going to be discussed at the commission meeting. They want to know if the preponderance of cabs are pro something, or are they against something? Are they submitting alternatives? Because they're going to have to arrange their meeting to make time if there's going to be a lot of discussion about a certain item, because you got 17 counties, right? And if 9 feel one way and 8 feel another way, they're the trier of the facts. They have to come up with a decision, and they're going to listen to you. Why does your board feel this way? Why does your board feel in favor of this or against something? Or they want to change the hunting season, the number of tags that's available in their community. We want 1 more tag, or we want 3 more tags. I never could figure out how somebody could determine that 1 or 3 makes a big difference, but still it's valid, And you have been to, season settings and quota settings where you sit there for hours.
I think the main question the answer to your question their meeting starts on Friday morning. The girls in the office, I don't know, she's sitting there listening, not paying attention. The girls in the office likes to have it by close of business on Wednesday, because they have to take it from your format and putting it into a letter type format or something for the commission and the department to have. And so that gives them Thursday to do that. The earlier you can get it to them, the better they like it. I try to meet no later than Monday on the week of the meeting. And a lot of other people does the same thing, because when I'm looking for support from the department, they're triple booked. But the thing about it is, it's kind of something that,
But there's no like NRS statute that you have to follow to have like
Correct.
certain hours and.
not that I know of.
I haven't
It's
seen one.
something that I try to be on the other side.
But then we don't even get our support material.
Two different things. Yeah, minutes of the meeting is one thing. Recommendations that you have at that meeting, which may only be 3, 4, 5 days, they need to know. We want to know what the recommendations on what's on their schedule. You may have other items that occurred at your meeting that you want to make public if anybody wants to read. What did you guys discuss? It's not always discussions that are going to be, pertinent to the commission meeting. It may be just involving what's going on in your county, So, there's two things you got to balance. One thing, the department has to know on the action items, how does your board feel? In favor of or against some of the things that will be discussed here, because that sets the stage for how they're going to try to get everybody's information and make a decision.
Yeah, your meetings don't have to just follow their needs for the commission either. I mean, like, we always have a report on urban wildlife within Carson City that has nothing to do with the commission, but that definitely has to do with the wildlife of Nevada within Carson City, because we have, the deer and the bear and everything else wandering around the Capitol building on a regular basis.
There has been instances, there has been instances where the representative of the county, because of a late meeting or computer problem or whatever, they have brought that report, those minutes, to the commission meeting, and they are asked, we didn't receive anything from Monroe County, and they want you to come up and explain to them. I mean, it's good all the way up till then, but it's easier to get it in front of everybody if you try to set a cutoff date. Back in the old days when we had snail mail or one biologist hand carried it for us, we had to have our meetings no later than Monday so that they could get it hopefully by Thursday morning sometime to get it printed and into the support material for the commission. Other than that, we were on our own. Once we got into the computer age, now you can send it the next day, they have it in
I just make sure there was no like 72 hours, there was no statute on.
As far as I know, there's no statute, but they should, the girls on the other end sure would like to have it sooner the better.
Well, it's just like your manual says, it's nice to have the meetings a week or two, or generally 5 to 10 days before the Nevada board meets. Well, the availability of places to meet where you can get it recorded, where the public can join, it varies with every county. And particularly some of the rural counties, it's difficult to get members because it may be 20 miles from where they live to attend the meeting. And, inclement weather in the winter, it could be difficult. But those counties that know that their members don't live around the corner from where the meeting's going to be held, there's some issues they have to deal and work out something that's convenient for the members and the public to attend, as well as being able to get the information to the commission. I mean, the important thing is they want to know what your board, what your people who they represent in that county, what they feel about issues that are going to be talked on, possibly voted on. That's the whole purpose, to carry feedback about how your folks feel so they know how they should proceed further with issues, just like this one we had this morning, you know? So we got to the point where we realized we have to give the commission an action report of what we did at the meeting, what we voted on, support an issue that they have, or we're opposed to something they're going to vote on. Then once a year, we ask each county advisory board to prepare a budget. Now, this last season was a nightmare. There was a lot of changes in various boards. People didn't know, yeah, I'm the secretary treasurer, but what am I supposed to do? And then after I get up off the floor, I tell them as succinctly as I can, there are a lot of things that you have to do. Primarily, we send out an email to all the boards, chairman, asking that, hey, it's budget time, guys. Let's start back for, what's the purpose for each board having a budget? Anybody want to tell me? Okay. I mean, you will incur certain costs in operation. We talked about the fact that your minutes have to be recorded and on a substance that can be maintained for a good number of years in the event something comes up and somebody wants to review what was said at the meeting. So nowadays, I would assume most of the boards have recording equipment. Some have a recording secretary. Some counties are lucky that this county supplies somebody to attend the meeting, take the recording, transcribe it. You know, we're lucky. Now, some counties have to pay for that. Some counties provide it free of charge. Carson is one that provides it free of charge. So when we start looking at our budget, there's no big expense items, whereas Las Vegas, Washoe, they pay a secretary to do that, and it's part of their budget that they submit. Now, the preparation of the budget, we've tried to, when I first came on board, I saw them on backs of brown paper bags that, you know, they were just kind of scribbled and made up, and numbers were pulled out of the air and nothing. I mean, was there anything really wrong with that? I could say yes and no, but in all honesty, it wasn't very well regulated. I, you know, got on the board and they say, oh, Gil, yeah, you're going to be, you take care of the budget. Okay, what was involved? I didn't know what was involved in the budget. And so you kind of put together these things, and I found the easiest way was to make an Excel spreadsheet. And I remember the very first workshop that we had, you know, for members of the CAB, we brought that up, and people looked like, I don't have a computer, you know. No, it wasn't popular, you know, in those days. You know, some people had them, some people didn't. And when I said an Excel spreadsheet, they said, who? And you know, I said, okay, I wasn't a whiz at it, but my wife was a whiz at Excel spreadsheets. Said, honey, can you help me? Here's what I got to do. You know, so we sat there and created what has evolved to the kind of what you get now. And it's really a lot easier because all you got to do is answer some questions, right? Yes, no. How many people, are you going to go by car or you're going to fly? How many nights you're going to stay? You know, things like that. So we try to make it as simple as possible, just click on the right thing, and the computer does the rest of the hard work for you. And then you have something to put together and send back to the commission, the department, and they put everybody's budget together, and we have a meeting, and where the finance committee gets together and we review what your budget said and what you actually spent to see if you need some augmentation or there was surplus funds left in your account. Because unfortunately, we had some counties that have difficulty getting enough members to really convene a full board. And so there may be money sitting in their treasury at the county level that, we could use to pay other counties to fulfill what their expenses are going to be. Because we have a general idea of what it costs to have the members represented at the commission meeting. And, sometimes depending on where the location of the meeting is, your type of transportation is almost dictated. Not everybody wants to drive from Washoe County to Las Vegas, where people, who live closer, I'd rather drive than anything else, and it's more convenient for my time to when I leave and when I get there. If you live in Washoe County and you have a meeting in Elko, are you going to leave the night before or the morning of at dark 30? And there's an issue of concern on the part of the commission as to, are we forcing people to drive, all through the night, or get up very early and be very tired? Are we possibly creating a problem? So we need to know a little bit of feedback about, when it's not convenient and where the meetings are. The other issue is, this last year, there were some issues where people said, we sent 2 or 3 people. Well, that's okay to send 2 or 3 people, but the NRS says we're only going to reimburse the cost of 1. If you want to drive together in the same car, that's fine. Whoever's car it is, and they submit an expense report, for the mileage and the hotel and the food and stuff like that, but it's for 1 person. The other people who want to go and ride in the same car, great, but they're not going to get reimbursed for the trip. The expenses that they have for the room and/or food and stuff, they don't get reimbursed for that. So keep that, yes.
On your frequently asked questions on number 2, to address the part you just talked about, says if you should have more than 1 member in the wildlife commission meeting, please put that in your budget request as well. So that kind of contradicts what you just said.
Well, I'm going to clarify that right now. 1, we reimburse for 1 person to attend the commission meeting. So if it's ambiguous, we'll clarify the sentence so that people fully understand we reimburse you for 1. I mean, yeah, it'd be nice to reimburse for everybody who wants to go, but our budget would be 3 times the size of our current budget.
I believe the NRS, and I don't remember which one it is, says that they will pay for the chairman or his designatee to travel. And that's the way it designates out. I mean, it doesn't come out and say 1, it just says it'll pay for the chairman or his designatee, or the designatee. I've been down that road several times.
We had, there's travel times sometimes that are kind of fun, like when we had our meeting out in Dyer. You either drive or you don't. There is no airport, there is no motel. You take your own transportation and you take your own place to sleep. I think they have 1 bed and breakfast and 3 bungalows.
That's it?
And that's it, in that whole town. Otherwise, you take a trailer or a tent or something. Or drive 75 miles to Tonopah for a motel.
That was a unique meeting. That was good. So The clarification as to the number of members that we reimburse, maybe we'll have to go back and look at that and clarify it so there's no misunderstanding as to the number of people that we reimburse. You can have any number of your members attend the meeting or the public attend the meeting, but unfortunately, only one person is going to get reimbursed. Now, what we do, when we send the money, the funds, once your budget is approved, we send the funds to the county treasurer. The county treasurer acts as your paymaster. You submit an expense report. Now, talk about expense reports. We kind of leave that between the advisory board and the county treasurer. What do they want to ensure that they're paying legitimate expenses for people to attend the meetings? The department has instituted an audit system that not every county will be checked every year. We will randomly select from various counties a travel expense report and the substantiation that accompanied that report, that submittal of the CAB member who's attending that meeting. I mean, if airway bills, if you're going to have a motel that you're staying in or the hotel that you're staying in, you get a bill from that. Meals and entertainment, we use the GSA schedule, and that changes every year, so we try to provide you with the GSA schedule for mileage, lunch, dinner, breakfast. There's a $5 a day for miscellaneous, and it's straightforward. The questions that some people have, again, there's limits, the GSA schedule, depending on whether you're in Las Vegas, or you're in Tonopah, or you're in Eureka, or Reno, there's different rates that they approve for maximum hotel bills and stuff like that. So we try to provide all that with you when we send the request for your budgets out. These are the current numbers. Glenn?
One other thing on that is every quarter.
I think you turned it off, not on.
Every quarter, yeah, now it's working. Every quarter, before you send in your, when you fill out your paperwork, you have to go with what's in front of you. However, when you fill out your voucher reimbursement paperwork, you should check the GSA website about every 3 months because it changes per season. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. If it goes up, you can claim the GSA rate, which is higher than the one you submitted. What I do and what's recommended is put a copy of that with your paperwork so that when it goes in for audit, this is the reason you ask for more than what you budgeted, is because it actually increased or decreased at the quarter. Because like I said, seasons drive the prices on the rooms. So that's where that change comes in.
Okay, all right, so the issue of expense reimbursement is between you and your treasurer. Every year, we go to the treasurer when we start looking at budget times to find out what's left in your treasury. We compare that with what your budget said so that we can calculate those last meeting, because sometimes submittals come in late from the people who came to the previous meetings, and we don't want to count on funds being in there that somebody hasn't submitted an expense report, and it drives down what we think you have left. So it's important that the people who do travel for the cab submit their expense report on a timely basis, because as we get closer to budget times, it's sometimes, people say, oh, yeah, but I still have these 3 expense accounts out, and we didn't count on that, so we thought you had more money than what the difference between your budget and what you have left in the account that we have to augment, because we just keep refilling the pot till it gets back up to the point of what you say your budget needs. So if Gene?
And they will call you, one of the accountants at NDOW will call you, and one of the accountants at NDOW will call you and ask you for an estimate, because he's preparing his budget before the end of the year. So you're going to have to estimate part of it by the number of meetings you still have to go to, because it's impossible to prepare the budget in advance if you don't estimate some of the expenses.
One of the things that I generated, and I'll be glad to share it with you, is I made up an expense report form for the counties, so that the people who attend the meeting, it's kind of standardized as the way they submit their expenses to each county treasurer. We have in Carson, a person makes up their expense report, then it needs to be signed, reviewed and signed by another member of the county advisory board prior to being submitted to the county treasurer. Each of your counties, you guys work differently. You need to set up something with your treasurer so that somebody doesn't submit an expense report that somebody else hasn't reviewed or signed. That's up to you guys. We don't kind of make you follow the rules, because each one is going to be different. Each county is going to look for different things. They may have their own expense account form. You can use the one that NDOW supplies, or the one that I made up. It's not copyrighted. Plagiarism is great, So that's the whole thing about, trying to keep track of how much money you spent based on what you thought you were going to spend. The biggest expense that most people have is the transportation cost, because wherever the meeting is going to be, somebody's going to have to travel a lot more distance than somebody else. And the only way you work that out is here's the mileage, here's how many miles you drove, that's what you get reimbursed for. Glenn?
One clarification on this that he's talking about that I want to point out. This transportation cost he's talking about is to the commission meeting. If you live in Paradise and your meeting is in Winnemucca, you can't charge for the trip from Paradise to Winnemucca back home. Only from Winnemucca to the meeting site, whether it be in Vegas or wherever. I just wanted to put that out there for a clarification, because top of my mind, that's the farthest one, I believe, other than Lyon County. People who live in Silver Springs or Dayton have to travel to Yerington for the meeting. They're not reimbursed for that travel. That's out of your pocket. You're only reimbursed to come to the commission meeting.
Any questions on what Glenn just said? Okay, so it's clear. Okay, how many people here had a hand in preparing your cab budget for the year we're in now? Did you find it relatively straightforward? I mean, we tried, I honestly, I tried as best we could to make it as easy as possible. Yes, no, how many miles? Are you going to stay how many nights? I mean, it kind of does all the work for you, and from that one report, you generate the summation report that you submit to the department. And it's as simple as we think we could make it. If you have any suggestions for making it easier, or you found a better way to do it, don't keep it to yourself. Let us know and share it. We all want simple.
Glenn Bunch here. One of the things that I do, I fill out the budget like he says, but down at the bottom, for me, it asks for the workman's comp calculations. That may be confusing, it is to me, and I've been at this for a while. What I do, and it's me, and each one can do in whatever, I contract my treasurer, and I ask them, how much money did I spend last year on this? So that I know how much to budget this year. Because their formula that they're directed to take out on me is different than what their formula is. The rest of you guys, I think, is pretty close. Nobody knows, one of the explanations that they said, the reason my budget on that particular line item is higher is because I've been there, my longevity. I said, well, I've never had a claim. But anyway, that's just a shortcut that I take. The rest of it is pretty easy. It's a drop-down menu, click, point, total runs, done. But I just call my recorder and say, what did I pay for workman's comp last year?
And to add to that, there are some of your counties that cover you and they don't charge you anything. They take care of anybody that's on the board. So, don't worry about it if, they say, hey, we cover you, don't worry about it. So that line item is zero. So you don't have any expense to add to your budget for workman's comp. Other than that, it's, as Glenn says, it's point and click and 2, 3, how many and how far. And there's even a mileage chart that accompanies it, so you can see from point A to point B what the state map says, the distance from the Carson City to Las Vegas or to Elko or someplace is, and computer multiplies the current rate times the miles and fills in the blanks. I'm sorry? Oh, no, we don't do the budget for quite a while yet. We've got a number of months to go before. Yeah. So your chairperson will be sent a packet with all the new, the department. And you generally have about at least a month or two to get it in, so we try to get it to you as early as we can come up with it. March? Fiscal year, state fiscal year. Yeah, because we have to have the meeting of the Finance Committee prior to the meeting of the commission, so the commission can vote on it before the end of the current fiscal year, because the money will be spent in the following fiscal year. Has everybody seen a budget sheet and know what they look like, or? Yeah, okay, so it's not, no? Okay. Anybody, I don't know if it's gonna pick it up. Yeah? Oh, you got it? Okay. Oh, question? Oh, you've never seen it?
Yeah, she was asking when it come out, that's all she had.
Generally, okay, you can look at it, but I'm saying what you should see is prior submittals of your cab. That would be a good place to start, because make a note of that, to find out from the past chair or secretary, whoever was responsible, can I take a look at the last couple of years, to see, is there a trend? And there's about three different pages to the report. One is mainly for your purposes, how you generate it, and then the totals from various categories you transfer to the sheet that you submit. I try to get people to submit a copy of their spreadsheet if they can, if they print it out, and submit it with your overall submittal of budget, so that if somebody in the department kind of says, why is this so high, that there may be some explanation that answers the question without having to call somebody. So. And if you have any questions, you can always contact the department, you can contact me. If you got a question, it's not working this way, thing like that. And we can try to figure out why you're not getting the results you expect to get. And it's getting used to. Once you've done one or two, then they all kind of fall in line and, oh, I got to do this again. And you plan an hour or two and you got it done, and then you bring it back to the cab and you discuss it at that meeting, and then the chair signs it, and then you mail it into the department. And then when we have our meeting, when the next advisory commission meets, it's voted on, and you'll get disbursements after the new fiscal year starts. Because it's all based on what you had left, what you expended, and what's left, and we augment the difference to your budget. It's pretty straightforward from that point on. Your book talks about, holding an effective meeting. Some cabs operate more formally than others because of the number of people in attendance. Some cabs don't have a lot of the public attending, and the meeting goes rather quickly. You don't get a lot of public comment, but that depends on the weather that week or the time of the year and stuff like that for people to even know about it. So if you need to publicize that the meeting in, I think, 3 different places, and people see it, the library, the town hall, and some other place. So, it varies county by county where the meeting minutes, the meeting going to be held has to be published, but that's a requirement. Now, a lot of the counties put their members through the open meeting law class, because it's very important that you hold your meeting in accordance with the open meeting laws. That you give public notice, ample time for people to comment and speak about what they feel as an issue, and the fact that CAB members are not supposed to deliberate issues that comes before them amongst themselves. All the deliberation has to be public and recorded. And sometimes, like, we have a tri-county thing in Carson City, Reno, Washoe, and Douglas County, where there are some issues that affect all of us because of the proximity to each other. So, I don't know, 10 or 15 years ago, I asked the question, can the county advisory boards get together? Is there something in the open meeting law that prohibits that? And it depends. You can't have, more than one member of each CAB present at the consolidated meeting of the various counties? 2? 2? Is it 2?
If you have a 5-board member county board, you can't be more than 2, because that'd be a voting quorum. Yeah.
Well, from what I remember, they didn't like, if there was ever going to be discussion about a particular item that would come before the board, because number one, you can't do it in emails. Emails are forbidden to, hey, Harry, how do you feel about item 3C? That's verboten. Members attending a joint meeting, of other county boards, you're limited, I think, to 2 representatives from each CAB to be present at the group meeting. And it's a touchy issue.
If you guys want to get together and like multiple boards want to get together, call it a workshop. Agendize it as a workshop, don't agendize it as a public meeting. Have a workshop, advertise it the same, call it the same thing, or do the same thing in the meeting. Just call it a workshop and don't deliberate on anything formal. Wait till you get to your individual CABs to do it.
When they come back to the regular CAB meeting and vote on the issue. Good, very good, thank you.
And I don't know, is there any 3 board members? County boards, it used to be every board was 3 board members. They switched.
I'm under the impression that the rule for how many members can attend a meeting or talk to each other is less than a quorum. So if you got 5 members, that would be no more than 2, but if you have 7, it's no more than 3, and so on. But it's actually determined by the size of the board, not an absolute number, yeah.
I asked or approached the new attorney with that very question, and he, with the Tri-County Working Group, and he said 1 person would not be questioned, 1 person per cab would not be applicable to
What
the,
happens if there's 2 that want to attend? Can't,
then it becomes a meeting. You have 1 person from each cab attend and discuss.
well, that's generally what we always thought that the limit was. You know, like if you, us, and Washoe want to get together, talk about the fishing limits in various places, you know, we can't have a half a dozen people there. So you're saying maximum is 1, that the AG said.
When,
That's a gray area, really.
it's very gray. One of the things that, when we were talking about this before, when it first come up with the more than 1 county meeting, it was recommended by the Attorney General's representative at that time when we discussed it, that if you're going to travel to, for me, it'd be Lyon County or Nye County. If I was to be traveling, it's recommended that I post an agenda in my county advising my people that I'm going to be traveling to Nye County for a workshop. That way you're not hiding anything. It's posted to the public whether or not, and it was just a recommendation. Every attorney general has their opinion. That was the one that was passed at that time, and that's the one that I always use. If I'm going to travel, it's recommended you post it, whether it's 1 or 2, but you can't take more than 2 on a 5-member board, because now you're making a decision without the community.
Without it being public.
One of the things that I've found with allowing the other board members, we're talking about 2 people, we don't have an open meeting violation. 3, you have a quorum. An example, if there's a workshop or a subcommittee meeting, what I've done is I go to the secretary, we post a notice of a potential quorum for our meeting, and at that particular point, it's informational. You put informational on there, then you are not in violation if you have all 5 CAB members attending. And that seems to work really well, especially in the scenario like you're talking about, that your members from, say, Carson City are well aware of all of those issues rather than relying just on one of the members to come back with that information for the rest of your cab. So that is the only way I think that you can meet with more than 3 members and still remain within the open meeting law.
Just don't deliberate on things.
No.
Don't
No.
deliberate on it.
Yeah.
You don't put action.
Yeah, you don't get to that point. The idea that the action comes at your CAB meeting with people input and their different views on what should or should not be done. Are you in favor or you're not in favor, supporting something? Any more questions? So the key issue is to be aware of your responsibilities. Be aware of the do's and the don'ts. And most of all, the real challenge too is to encourage the public to participate. Some local newspapers are easier to deal with and will give you free space about upcoming meetings in the community and let people know where the meetings are and when they are. A lot of people said, I never know where the meeting's going to be. I said, well, then you need to find a better way to publicize it and work, if you have to even buy an ad, or put it on your budget. This is the expense for publications, That's a legitimate expense. Most of the local papers are generous enough to, if they have it comes out weekly or something, tell what's going on and who's doing what and where it's going to be held. We don't do things in a back room somewhere. We're out in front of the public. They feel they're part of it. We want their participation. When you look, one of the things, is there's different counties have a greater or lesser percentage of people who are fisher persons or hunters or trappers or outdoor enthusiasts, so it's going to vary 17 different ways. And not everybody feels the same way about things, and that's okay. That's why we have an opportunity to come here and voice your opinion, either through being here in person or submitting an action report that indicates how your board or the members of your community feel. That's what you're the conduit to get that information to the commission. And, we need to have a good line of communication with them so that you can express what your county feels like. Simple. That's what you're there for.
I haven't checked recently, but historically, the meeting dates for the cabs are not on the department's agenda, department's website. So you can see the dates and times for the commission meetings, but not the cab meetings. And that's the most logical place for most people to go and look for the time and place of a cab meeting would be on the department website because part of the department.
Well, we'd have to take that up with the department to see if they want to. They are posted. So a person could go online, go to the department's website, and there's a box for,
It's under public meetings,
right?
and county advisory board is one of those things.
Oh,
Is that new?
You have to click on your own CAB page to see when the meeting is. They're not posted in one.
Okay, so
so you have to go look for.
there's a box there, but it's nothing in it. You have to click. Okay.
I don't
We
know.
can only do that if you guys send us.
If you send it, but your cab has to send
Yeah,
it.
It's not fair to send it to them on Wednesday for the meeting Thursday. As soon as you schedule, your meeting has to be posted in the public at least 3 working days. We try to get them 5. And when you post it there, it needs to come into the NDOW. And there's also another site that you're supposed to go on for the state and tell them that you're having a meeting. and that's virtually the date, and that's all they want. They don't need a copy of your agenda. They just need a meeting date, but there's two places you have to send it. One is to NDOW with your agenda, and the other one is to the state. I don't remember what the address is, but that's a requirement that has to be done.
Yeah, it really, on page 22, it says on the section at the end, CAB meetings, information can be posted if it is submitted in time to the director's office. Chair should submit the name of the CAB, contact information, CAB meeting details at least 2 weeks prior to the CAB meeting, County Advisory Board meeting. And it will be posted on, ndow.org.
Gil?
Yes.
I would like to make a comment. If everyone can take a look at the screen, this is NDOW's website. If you go to the main website, ndow.org, there's a link that says Public Meetings. This is the screen it takes you to. So you can click on Commission, Committee, or County Advisory Boards, and you see on the left, each county is listed. So for example, I'll show you one of the counties.
How about that?
And that's what we have for Carson. If more items were submitted to us, they would be listed there. But
Ain't science grand?
science is grand. And then if I'm gonna back up one screen, you're gonna see a link to the CAB manual. So that's a very easy place to get the manual that you guys are referencing today.
In living color. We've rushed through a lot of different things. Some of it you may have seen before because of your longevity on the board. Some of you are brand new to the board, and this is all coming like a ton of bricks at one time. But, don't hesitate to contact the department, contact me, contact, some people that you know in other counties, because we all go through the same thing, we all have the same challenges. It's just the numbers are a little bit different.
One thing here, she's posted it up on the board for those that she put Churchill County up there. You've got the minutes, the dates of the meetings. If you wanted to know what went on in those particular minutes that was reported, click on that one, it'll open up. Or you can roll up to the agenda and it'll open up what was on the agenda at that time. So this is stuff that they have to have from us to put it on their site. They can't make it up.
What about future meetings? Is that there?
If you
generate a calendar, it will be up there.
Yeah, if you know when it's going to be and you're able to post it, they like that too. It's just that one of the things that has to be done is if you put it out there, people are planning on it. A lot of us can't get a meeting space that far out, and so it's easier to try to stay within the month before to report it.
Yeah, we're pretty lucky to be in a state like Nevada where it is small enough. When you do have questions, there's always somebody you can call. There's enough people here that you can call NDOW and get a hold of somebody you know that can help you work through these websites sometimes. As far as future dates go, like at our last meeting, we went over next year's future dates because we have to schedule them in rooms with the recording equipment. And we try to keep them all within the same building too, so that when people see the notice, they know it's going to be within the same building.
And are those going to be posted on your website or on the department's website?
If you send us an email, right here. If you send us an email, and ask us to post your future meetings, we can post them on there. but we can't do it if you don't give us the information. And I did want to state, Megan and I are somewhat newer to the director's office. We both started around December or February. We sent out a very explanative email to all the CAB members saying, this is who we are, let's redirect our information. We want you to communicate with us so that we can make sure we get the right information posted for you. I sent it to every email address I had for CAB members. If your email address, and I also asked for people to update their email address if it was incorrect. So if I don't know if I have the wrong email address unless you tell me.
The new generation is, they used to use smoke signals, but the wind got bad anymore, so. And then with the California fires, we don't know which is the most smoke to read.
Okay, question, I have a question. Have you gained anything from this meeting? Things that you weren't sure about or you didn't know about? Because it's gonna happen, every year or so, people term off the boards and you get new people, and the indoctrination procedure isn't consistent. It depends on how long ago the person left and under what terms. And so a lot of people kind of said, oh, you're the new blank. And you kind of shake your head, okay. But you have no idea what you are responsible for or what you're going to do. So the only way we can try to keep this up to date is from your feedback. If you come across issues that we haven't addressed in the handbook, let us know, because we regularly update that handbook based on legislation changes and how it affects the boards, how it affects different counties. So if there's some other information that you feel should be included in the next rewrite or the next update of the manual, please pass that on to the department, because, if you found something that's missing, I'm sure a lot of other people never even thought about it. So, we can only try to help each other, and help is available. The department is extremely responsive to questions about what you can or what you should or you shouldn't. And they don't want you to get into trouble, because getting out of it is time-consuming. Any more comments about what we did today, or questions that we didn't address, or issues we didn't address or we should address? Because this is the first one we've held in a long time, and we want to know what we need to be helpful to you guys.
And if
Great.
you,
The only other thing that I want to put along with that, and it spins off the same thing. If you come up with a question, or if you come up with a problem, and you can't, you want to come up with an answer, you can contact the staff, or you can contact Gil, or you can contact me. We'll find out an answer and get back to you, because we're here to help too. I mean, we're volunteers just like you are. Well, I've been volunteering too long, but the thing about it is, guys, we're here to help anything we can, because we have to represent the public to the department.
If you want to get hold of me, I'll give you a card.
Sure, the last time I tried to get hold of you, you were fraud.
What you gotta do is get him to do the collection.
thank you so much.
He's not gonna chase me to fraud.
I also wanted to let you all know I have some business cards if you'd like my email and phone number, that way you have it handy. And then Megan and I can communicate with you after the meeting.
You know my hiding place. Well, listen, thank you for your participation, the questions. Together we can take care of all of it. Do you really?
If everyone could find their seats, please, so we can get started. All right, we'll move on to agenda item 9B, Commission General Regulation 486, Veteran and Active Military Waterfowl Season LCB file number R027-19, Game Division Administrator Brian Wakeling, and Wildlife Staff Special Russell Wolstenhume. For possible action, the commission will hold a second workshop to consider a regulation to amend Chapter 502 of the Nevada Administrative Code. Federal statute was adopted in 2019, which, should a state desire, would allow for veterans and active military to exclusively hunt waterfowl for a period of 2 days within the maximum allowable days of the existing season. If adopted, this regulation would provide authority to the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners to establish such a season at some future point if they choose. The commission held a workshop on September 20th, 2019, and has requested that the department bring the regulation back for a second workshop and provide an example of how waterfowl seasons could be structured if this NAC were adopted and if the commission chose to implement the veteran and military waterfowl season. Mr. Wakeling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Brian Wakeling, Game Division Administrator for the Department of Wildlife. When we introduced this at the last commission meeting, oftentimes we introduce things and we fail to provide some of the background that might help a lot of people understand what it is that we're trying to propose. And so before the commission has asked the department to share with them and the public kind of a mock-up of what the seasons would look like if we were to actually establish one of these seasons and then actually implement it. But before I did that, what I wanted to do is kind of back up and kind of give a little bit more background on exactly what the overall proposal was. Also want to note that within the support material for this, we did receive some of the revised language back from the Legislative Counsel Bureau. And if the commission chooses to go forward with this, we've got a couple of recommended amendments on the wording already. And I'll be happy to share that with you later. But I just wanted to go back over kind of what the whole season concept is just going into this. So a little background on seasons. Seasons and legal animals for take are largely the suite of animals that are defined within regulation that allows the commission to choose those things, kind of going to the shelf and selecting different ingredients to kind of put things together. So for instance, seasons, type of hunt, and so within NAC 502063, junior seasons are defined. And so without that being defined, the commission can't actually enact a junior season. It has to be something that's defined in NAC. Similarly, muzzleloader or any legal weapon, those are in 503142. Those are seasons that you can choose to pull off the shelf and use. And then defining a legal animal, that's something else that has to be defined. The commission can't just come up with a new legal definition at the spur of the moment. You may recall the most recent definition that we worked through was the definition of what a spike elk was. And so we had to define that before we put it in place. But once you've got those things, then you can actually combine those. And so in practice, we use a junior's antlered or antlerless deer, archery, muzzleloader, or any legal weapon. We can combine all those together. But you don't have to. But unless you've got the definition, the commission can't choose to use things. For instance, 2 examples. Arizona, for instance, uses what they call a handgun archery and muzzleloader season, a ham season. And they usually use that for something, javelina is the most common thing that they use that for. And so there's a season that they can choose to put on the and mix and authorize a season for javelina with a ham. But unless Nevada chooses to combine various groups of seasons, we have difficulty doing something similar. Not that we have a species that we're necessarily looking to develop this type of a season. Another example is a traditional archery. If we want to limit archery, an archery season to only traditional, we're going to have to define that season. We can't just simply do it through CR. But on the other hand, if you have a season, that doesn't mean that you have to pull it off the shelf and use it. There's a lot of examples out there, but the most relevant one, I think, is mountain goat seasons. We could have a muzzleloader mountain goat season, or we could have an archery-only mountain goat season, but because the tags are limited, the animals are limited in distribution, there's very few hunters out there that crowding. It's an any legal weapon, and if a hunter chooses to use a more restrictive weapon, they can do so, but we don't restrict those hunts or try to parse those seasons out into that kind of a fashion. So they're available, they could be used, but they're not necessarily used. Further, if the commission chooses to use a season, you don't have to use it statewide. For instance, antelope hunts. We have muzzleloader seasons in some units, but they're not used in every single unit. And so, same example for antlerless seasons with deer hunts, or antlerless seasons on elk hunts, or spike seasons on elk hunts. They're a tool. The commission can choose to use them or not. If the commission chooses to use them, you don't have to use it statewide. So, waterfowl seasons also have one other layer of complexity. In addition to having seasons and quotas, where you can select a season and then move forward with a quota, you've also got this thing that we often refer to as the federal frameworks. And the federal frameworks define kind of the outline of what the states can do. Again, a federal framework it basically defines the maximum of what you can do. It doesn't require you to do any of those things. You can choose to be more conservative under each of those scenarios. So they have now defined a veterans and active military season and have basically put it in place so that states could choose to use that, and that was done through congressional action. The commission now, if it's a season that the commission wants to consider, we have to define it in NAC. Once it's defined in NAC, the commission can choose to use it or choose not to use it, choose to use it in portions of the state, or just very sparingly. It's the kind of thing that we have a lot of flexibility in how we implement it. But if we don't have it in an NAC, then it's something we can't use at a later date. What I'm going to do now is turn it over to Russell Woosselhoom. What we've done is we put together a couple of mock-ups of what those seasons might look like. I want to remind the public primarily that we're not acting on those mock-ups today. Those are just examples to kind of provide the commission with some of the examples of what it could look like if the commission were to adopt it, and then later move on to adopting. And so Russell, I'll turn it over to you and let you kind of walk through the details, because Russell works with the federal frameworks and the flyway committees on all this.
All right, so I think that Administrator Wakeling did a great job of
kind of going through the background and explaining what it is that we're working towards here today. So I primarily put together some examples of seasons. So what this is a mock-up of our youth waterfowl hunt that we currently do. And the reason why I included this, a couple of reasons, is one is you can see that, so the federal framework allows for 2 youth waterfowl days. Those can be outside of the regular season, outside of even the actual frameworks for waterfowl hunting, the way they're designed. Because the Pacific Flyway, and we're the only flyway that has this, the Pacific Flyway has the maximum allowable days by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. That's 107 days total is what is allowed for. We're the only flyway that has that maximum already. So when they adopt things like this veterans hunt, the other flyways are adding days in addition to their general season. They don't have to deduct anything, but because we're at the maximum, when we add additional days, it takes away from our general season hunt. So with the youth days, we run 2 youth days a year in each of our hunt zones. I'll try to just focus on one zone so that it doesn't get as complex. So when we have a zone, we've got 107 days. We have a 2-day youth hunt in, for example, the Northwest Zone, which includes Washoe County and most of this northwest corner of the state. So our general season hunt then goes to 105 days because we utilize the 2 youth days. But you'll see here in the South Zone, the Moapa Valley portion of Overton Wildlife Management Area has a hunt day, but the South Zone already has 2 hunt days established. So the Moapa Valley one is inside of the dates for the general season. So it doesn't count as a youth day. So it's kind of a bonus day that we do there because Overton opens so much later in the year than the rest of the South Zone. We capitalize on that and use 1 day extra to give our youth an opportunity to go out and hunt. And if you haven't seen the great hunt they have down there for the youth and at Moapa Valley, it's spectacular at Overton Wildlife Management Area. They call it Ducks and Donuts, and they provide breakfast and hot chocolate and coffee. And I think they had 32 youth out there this year hunting, and they had a great day down there. So, but that's off topic. I apologize for that. I like to plug our programs that are really good. So similar to this is how we could set up a veteran hunt. So here's a mock-up of a veteran hunt set up similar to the youth hunt, where it would be 2 days outside of the general season. So what this would do is provide those 2 days for veterans as defined by the proposed NAC, but it would reduce the general season by 2 more days. So the general season would go from 105 days we currently have with the 2 youth days, it would go to a 103-day season. So I put together, to try to conceptualize this, that season that I just had shown with 2 days outside of the general season. So the yellow days, the yellow highlighted days would be the youth days outside the season. And the blue ones would be veteran military days. The green days are general season, and the red ones are a 4-day closure that I would have to implement in order to start the season on a Saturday and end it on a Sunday and not go over our total limit of 107 days. So it forces a closure somewhere within the season. So that's one example. So this is another example of what could be done. So similar to the Overton hunt with youth that's inside the general season, there could be specified management areas or locations where a veteran military hunt could be proposed inside the general season. In this example, what I did is I used Veterans Day or the day closest to Veterans Day, depending on what the management area's schedule looks like. These would be days that are normally closed on most of these wildlife management areas to the general public, so we would have to, in our CR, we'd have to add an additional day of open season specifically for this hunt. But it wouldn't take away, because it's inside the general season, that wouldn't remove any days from the general season hunt. The general season hunt would still be 105 days
we would just open management areas on an additional day. The exception to that is in the northeast zone, Steptoe Valley is already open every day. So in CR, we would have to establish that on that specific day, waterfowl hunting only would be open to military veterans, people who qualify for that hunt. So again, the calendar conception would look like this. This would be for the northwest zone. So we have 2 youth days outside of the season. You see here on November 10th, I have a Veteran Day because this would be proposed in this example for Mason Valley. They're already open on the 11th on Wednesday. So rather than closing, they're open 3 days a week, Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday. And rather than closing one day, we would just add 1 day of open season for this hunt. And then you see the closure is 2 days, which is standard most years because of the youth hunt. So those are just some examples there of how this hunt could be set up if it were to be adopted, and then the hunt chosen by this commission during season setting process. And with that, myself and Administrator Wakeling will take questions if you have any.
Questions from the commission? Secretary Wosley?
I just want to reiterate that what we're talking about is two separate issues. One is amending the regulation that would provide the commission the authority to set up such a hunt, and that's not on the table as part of the regulation amendment. The amendment is just acknowledging federal law that allows for that, and this is amending regulation that would provide that authority to the commission to create that. And if that were adopted, then at some future point when those seasons were established and set up, the scenarios put forward by staff specialist Wilson Hume would then come into play. So two separate issues at 2 separate times. Just want to make sure that's clear.
Commissioner Hubbs?
I was just interested more in the federal law, a little bit of the background, like the purpose was just to provide an incentive or a gesture to those to serve to have some type of additional benefit from a recreation perspective.
That's correct. It was part of earlier in this year, Congress passed the Natural Resources Omnibus, and it's just a small part of that bill. They created a couple of new things. They officially ended all waterfowl seasons through congressional action on January 31st, and they created the possibility of this 2-day hunt for veterans in that action.
Additional questions? Vice Chair East?
I guess I've heard from a number of waterfowl hunters about this, from not just you're not taking days away from us, and I know that's down the road, but also the fiscal part of it. If you're going to take days away from us, are you going to give us days, are you going to give us a break on our license? I'm like, really, you guys? But those are young guys, and I get it that, they're out there every weekend shooting ducks. But I saw in one of the action reports or minutes from one of the cabs that they mentioned, do we feel like this is just the start of taking days away from the sportsmen and giving them to a special group? I don't know that you can answer that, but that's a concern.
That's a concern I've heard as well.
Okay.
That's sort of the reason why, talking with Brian, we kind of came up with his concept of having a day within the season, so it wouldn't take any more days away if the commission so chooses to go down that road. No hunt at all is also an option. Having it on the books, as Brian explained earlier, allows this commission or any future commission the ability to institute that hunt, but it doesn't require that it ever happen. We can have it on our books, and in the remaining history of Nevada, however long that is, forever, I hope, they could never, a commission could possibly choose to never institute that hunt.
Okay. Can I ask one more question?
Certainly.
Why is Veterans Day closed?
It's not.
It's not closed. It's
Oh.
specific management areas have, and I misspoke earlier, Mason Valley is actually open on Veterans Day
Okay.
every year. It just
Okay.
happens that I use 2020 as my example here. In 2020, Veterans Day falls on a normal open day, which is a Wednesday for the area, so.
Okay.
But then that's why I said we could potentially have a hunt on Veterans Day or something close to Veterans Day if it's already open that day.
Got it.
As an
Okay.
additional day.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Just, as I understood it, the federal bill was to give certain states days to add to their season.
Correct, and that's
It's just that since we're at the max under the treaty, for us to set aside 2 days takes away from the general hunt.
correct. The other three flyways, all three of them, it adds days. And if our flyway were to ever go into a more restrictive season package, right now we're in the liberal package, so we get the full 107 days. Any other package would reduce our days below 107, and then these days would become additional to that as well.
Because I think that addresses the concern that the federal bill was not designed to take days away from general sportsmen to give to special groups, but really in the vast majority of the United States to add days to a waterfowl season that don't otherwise exist in any form. But I really appreciate the different ideas, because I was just, when you started talking about could be within the season in wildlife management areas, and I think about where I live in the Mason Valley Wildlife Management Area, you could add a couple days where the management area is generally closed to the general public for waterfowl hunting, but it could be opened up for veterans. I think would be a good thing, and it wouldn't impact the general waterfowl season. So I appreciate the thinking outside the box, because it never dawned on me about how you could have a special season isolated to specific areas. Further questions or comments? It is an action item, so any public comment in Las Vegas?
No comment in Las Vegas, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any public comment here in Reno? Seeing no public comment in here in Reno, I'll bring it back to the commission, and I will reiterate what Secretary Walsley already mentioned. This is just the issue of creating the possibility of the hunt in Nevada Administrative Code so that the details of that could be flushed out at a later season setting. It doesn't mean we're going to do any particular thing at any particular point in time in the future. So,
Mr. Chairman?
yes.
Apologize for the interruption, but there was one thing that when LCB recrafted the language, one of the things that if the commission chooses to move forward with this, item 1, and I think it still allows for us to do exactly what we intended to do, but it's not exactly clear. It says the commission will, in an annual regulation, ... reserve not more than 2 days. I think if it were me, what I would recommend is we change that wording to say the commission shall have the authority to. The way it's written, it kind of says that we will establish a season, and that wasn't the intent of the regulation that we proposed, and altering it to say, to indicate that the commission shall have that authority rather than to say the commission will do that, I think would be clear. And so that would be the department's recommendation on the wording.
All right, I was with you, because I was just going to change will to may. The commission may, in an annual regulation, reserve. So I'm tracking. Any further comments or questions? Commissioner Hubbs?
So just going back to the federal framework, when it says at the very end that the federal framework now allows for veterans and actives of military seasons to exclusively hunt waterfowl, So when we say exclusively, nobody else is hunting, just veterans, that was the purpose, is to kind of give them exclusivity in those areas?
Commissioner Hubbs, I apologize. I'm unable to understand the question.
Oh.
Mind speaking a little louder?
When it states that the federal framework now allows for veterans in active military season to exclusively hunt waterfowl for a period of 2 days, the way I'm reading that is the whole incentive is to give them exclusivity from all others. So it would mean that nobody else could hunt on that day. There cannot be an overlap.
I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. That's correct. So the point of Congress's action was to create that exclusivity, just like they do for the youth hunts. That's within framework to have those youth days that only youth can hunt those days. So in this case, it would be military and veterans would be the only ones allowed on that particular time for that hunt, the specified hunt, would be the only ones allowed to hunt waterfowl.
And that exclusivity could be limited by geographic range unit or a wildlife management area.
That's correct.
So we don't have to close the entire day statewide.
Right.
We create the military hunt, for example, at the following wildlife management areas.
Correct. So in essence, without getting too far in the weeds here, by having a season within the general season, as I described in that second example, the federal government no longer views it as a veteran military day. To them, it's just a general season day, and the commission would be selecting to exercise that day in any fashion they deem. In this case, it would be for a veteran military day. That's what the Overton Youth Hunt does. It doesn't count as a youth day in the eyes of the Fish and Wildlife Service. It is just a hunt day. So that's why it doesn't take additional days away from the season.
Any further comments, questions? Motion? Commissioner Almberg?
I'll make a motion to adopt Commission General Regulation 46.
I think we need to, the motion needs to be to take it to an adoption hearing because this was a workshop.
It is. This is for possible action for.
Yeah, it is a possible action item, but this is a second workshop to consider. Recommended amendments. So I think the best, probably the motion would be to move it to a future adoption hearing with any changes that you might want to include in that motion.
Okay, I will make a motion to move this forward with the change in language on section 1, the commission, from the commission will to the commission may.
I have a motion by Commissioner Almberg, seconded by Commissioner Barnes, to move the proposed regulation forward to a future adoption hearing, changing the will to may. Is everybody clear on the language in the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Keel absent. And with that, we'll then close agenda item 9B and move on to 9C, Commission General Regulation 487, Use of Live Bait Fish and Tackle Restrictions, LCB file number R060-19, Fisheries Division Administrator John Schoberg. For possible action, the commission will hold a second workshop to consider and recommend amendments to Chapter 503 of the Nevada Administrative Code. The regulation is intended to update and simplify the use of live bait fish and other bait fish and fishing tackle in Indau's western region and southern region. Mr. Schoberg?
Thank you, Chairman Johnson and Commission. For the record, John Schoberg, Fisheries Division Administrator. As you had mentioned, this is the second workshop to consider these changes to Chapter 503. to update and significantly simplify our regulations for the use of bait and other fishing tackle. One minor correction, and it was again an error on my part, in the title of the agenda item, we did find the need to add one brief piece of language for clarification for the eastern region in NAC 503-506, and that's included in the support material, and I'll discuss that as well. I think in the interest of clarity and in the spirit of your previous mention of the nature of making sausage and the process there too, a little bit of background to explain the support material and why it looks like it does. Again, we first considered these changes to NAC 503, the CGR 487 on September 20th. At that time, we had not received back the approved version of the proposed changes from Legislative Council Bureau. We did receive those a few weeks ago, just before our deadline to submit the support material and final agenda items for the commission meeting. In general, what we got back from LCB was supportive of what we had originally asked for. There were a couple of what I would characterize as peculiarities in the language that were not really clear in the context of fish and geography. And it, of course, also did not incorporate the recommended changes from our first workshop. We also we're required to mark up by hand what we got from LCB to reflect those changes. We weren't able to start over and create a clean copy with their changes and our changes. So that explains why this is maybe a little confusing to read, and I will walk you through it section by section to explain those changes, what they proposed, some corrections we made to that, the information from the last workshop, and also some other primarily minor wording changes that came from additional staff review and input we got separately from the publics and CABs between the two meetings. To try and clarify. So with that said, and the commission memo does summarize most of this, I will, rather than reading this, if it's acceptable, I'll just walk you through the actual support material and explain our proposed current language that incorporates everything that we've received to date by NAC section.
That is fine, and I just want to make sure I'm on the right portion of the support material.
What you should have is what was provided on the website and sent out directly. But there will be some changes between that and what I'm going to discuss now, and I will go through those line by line. Because we did, rereading this, we realized we had a couple of awkward language sentences in here that really were not clear or were potentially confusing. And so we'll walk through this when we're through with the workshop. With any input we have from you, we'll try to provide, at least for presentation at the meeting tomorrow, some very clear text that reflects exactly what it should be, so we're not working off of this thing with handwritten scribbles all over it.
Okay.
So, again, there's no real substantive changes from what we discussed at the first workshop, with a couple of exceptions that I will discuss. NAC 503-502, Section 1, which is on page 2 of the attachment to the memo in the support material. Legislative Council Bureau had changed our original language to a sentence which said, any fish or parts of fish which are used for bait and which are prepared and preserved commercially may be used as bait only in waters where the use of bait is authorized. That's in part correct, but their definition here says any fish. We don't want it to be any fish because that would include game fish. It's inconsistent with the definition that should have been referenced in 503-500 definitions, which was not part of the changes. Our recommended language change for section 503-502-1B would be to say bait fish as defined in NAC 503-500 that are commercially prepared and preserved, or their parts, may be used as bait only in any water where aquatic bait is permitted unless otherwise provided in appropriate regional regulations. And that's how that sentence will now read. It's still a little convoluted, but at least it's clear in its intent and what it references. Otherwise, in 503, 502, it is otherwise correct as presented here, as we would propose in incorporating any other changes. 503, 504 is the next section, starting on page 3. This accurately reflects 2.5 pages, almost 3 pages of deleted language in the interest of simplification. And starting on page 6, subsection A, this reflects language from the last commission workshop and our recommended changes, and also corrects an error, a geographic error in how LCB changed the language. Live bait fish may be used only in the river basin from which it is taken rather than water, and that was specifically to address public input and CAB input at the commission meeting last. For reasons which are unclear, LCB separately defined the Humboldt River Basin and the Humboldt River. That was not our intent. The intent was not to open the entire Humboldt River Basin to live bait fish use. It was to reflect, with some correction, the current regulation, which is for just the Humboldt River from Stall Diversion Dam downstream. So our recommendation is we remove the current 2, the Humboldt River Basin, make the current 3 2, and our recommended language to accurately reflect this and other input would be the Humboldt River downstream from Stall Diversion Dam located near Golconda and Humboldt County, including Rye Patch Reservoir, Pitt Taylor Reservoir, all waters in the Lovelock Valley, Chimney Reservoir, and the Little Humboldt River downstream of Chimney Reservoir. There's a slight change from what's in front of you because we decided to put them in geographic order moving downstream, just for clarity. Otherwise, it's the same as what's presented in front of you in the support material. Section 4 is now section 3, new section 3. That just adds the language to clearly define that we're talking about the Lake Tahoe Basin as a separate basin for purposes of this regulation. And that was, I believe, discussed on the September 20th commission meeting. Section 5 becomes 4. Section 6 becomes 5. We add language to, on previously 6, now 5, excluding waters on the Walker River Paiute Tribe Reservation. That's specifically there to indicate that we do not set regulations on tribal lands. It does not mean that you can't use live bait fish in Weber Reservoir. That's up to the tribe and their regulations. But that's simply at the recommendation of our DAG when we ask the question to ensure that we are not setting regulations on tribal lands. Section B, subsection B, includes that language as we recommended it to define commercially prepared and preserved bait fish or their parts as an allowable form of bait for the Western region. It's not on what was in the original support materials, but we're thinking that adding as defined in NRS 503-500 is probably superfluous since we've already defined that in 502, and for simplicity, we can probably just line that out. Other language changes in this section of NAC are the same as were previously proposed and discussed through page 7. On page 8, we add the language in, let's see, it's 503, 507, subsection 4, to include that allowable use of commercially prepared and preserved bait fish or their parts, as previously discussed. In 503, 510, there are some minor edits, some of which were from previous discussion, a couple of which we caught after the fact. At the bottom of page 8, since we are doing away with 503, 508, that should read 503, 507. as a correction. And then finally, on page 9, a correction to the species list for possible commercial permitting and use. We remove red shiner, as discussed before, because that is, on the Colorado River system, that is prohibited for use in Arizona. We're trying to make these regulations consistent. As well, removing the identification of carp. That is to be consistent with the previous NAC section where we say you can't do that. We'd missed that on the earlier version, that you can't use it commercially. So we want to make that correction. We're recommending removing longjaw mudsucker. After some further review, it appears that is not legal in Arizona. And we're not aware of any use of it in Nevada, so for consistency, we would remove that as a legal bait fish species. Just a minor editorial correction, Paiute sculpin S should be lowercase. And then after some discussion with some input from Publix in Western region, we would add Sacramento blackfish as an allowable species for Western region, subject to the other provisions of restrictions on use, since it is commonly used in both the Lower Walker River Basin, they're in Rye Patch, and also in the Lahontan Basin areas. Then on page 10, there are some minor corrections under subsection 2, just to the reference. And then finally, because there wasn't any other good place to put it, it's a lot of sequence. We've added an amendment to NAC 503-506 Eastern Region, which merely reflects that commercially prepared or preserved bait fish or their parts cannot be used in the Eastern Region, which is consistent with the intent and current regulations for the Eastern Region. So I apologize if that's clear as mud, but that's where we're at, and I'd be very pleased to entertain any questions or comments.
Any questions? I surprised myself in following it quite well after lunch, so.
I have.
Commissioner Hubbs.
Yes. Just overall, going back to the river systems and the need for the changes in and of itself, I was a little bit confused. I know we were trying to align, it sounds like we're trying to align our statutory language concerning the use of live bait to states that we share the river with, so that we're doing the same thing. I guess my bigger question is, does this get us close to Arizona, or is Arizona still doing something else and we're sharing a river system and doing different management prescriptions than Arizona?
For the record, John Schoberg, Chief of Fisheries. Commissioner Hubbs, the intent of this language is that we will now mirror the regulations for live bait fish use in the state of Arizona for the Colorado River system. It hasn't been a big deal because we don't have a lot of live bait fish use down there, but in reviewing this and also discussing it with Arizona directly, with Arizona Game and Fish, we discovered there were a few minor mismatches, and so this language cleans that up. And we are now consistent with Arizona where we share interstate waters.
Okay.
Additional comments? Questions? Seeing none, any public comment in Las Vegas?
No public comment in Las Vegas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any public comment here in Reno? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Are we going to be getting the new text as early as tomorrow? The updated text?
For the record, John Schober, Chief Fisheries, I will try to pull together some clean text for those significant changes that we can put up on the screen, assuming we'll be able to get that to Las Vegas as well in the morning. That will at least provide you some clarity of the language. It won't be the official version until passed, and of course, until we figure out what format we have to give LCB, but at least that will, I think that can give you some clarity on the language, because this is, because of all the markups, it is a little confusing.
And I think if we're fine with the changes that have been suggested, It's already set on the agenda tomorrow for an adoption hearing, so I don't think there's any further action that we need to take now, other than tomorrow we'll have, I followed the changes, I thought, well, I think I did. But anyway, we'll have it tomorrow as best we can, and we can move forward at that point in time. I don't think there's any formal action we need to take at this time. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we will move on to agenda item number 10. Nevada Department of Wildlife Project Update, Secretary Wosley informational. The commission has requested that the department provide regular project updates for ongoing projects and programs as appropriate based on geography and timing of meetings. These updates are intended to provide additional detail in addition to the summaries provided as part of the regular department activity report and are intended to educate the commission and public as to the department's ongoing duties and responsibilities. And someone is standing over my shoulder. I already was with you. I'm tracking. Good. I think perhaps before we get to Ms. Newmark and Recovering America's Wildlife Act, Secretary Wosley might have something also to add.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I figured you were on board, but I never want to assume and be ahead of the chairman, especially when it's you. I want to take advantage of this opportunity to acknowledge somebody who's provided a great service to the state and a great service to the Department of Wildlife, who will be leaving state service in the not-too-distant future. And that is our DAG, Brian Stockton. And I see Brian's here. I'd like to say a few things about Brian, and then I'll have him come up because we have a few things that we'd like to present to him. Just a little background, a little history on Brian. He attended the University of Nevada, Reno, and got a Bachelor of Arts degree in 1984, then attended law school at the prestigious University of Idaho Law School, where Dag Burkett also attended, as did Wayne Howell. He graduated with his Juris Doctorate in 1992, and then became Chief of Legal Services in 1993 for the Employers Insurance Company of Nevada in Carson City. He served in that capacity for approximately 7 years. In the year 2000, he became the Senior Deputy Attorney General at the Attorney General's office in Carson City. And during that time, it's also important to acknowledge that he served as a Lieutenant Colonel in the United States Army Reserve from 2001 to 2012 for an 11-year stint. Brian started doing work for NDOW in 2004, and there was probably no other person in this state that has the level of combined water law and wildlife law experience that Brian has. He's as humble as it gets, a guy with great knowledge of the law, especially as it relates to conservation and natural resources. But you would never know that by talking to him unless you asked him a specific question. He's extremely supportive, generous with his time, constantly mentoring those who work with him, always taking on the hard tasks, and generously volunteering to do mundane things that make an office work. He does it all with a wry smile, and he's been a credit to the Attorney General's office, the state of Nevada, and the Department of Wildlife. Brian's interests include gardening. He grows all the ingredients for the world-famous Stockton salsa. He also enjoys fishing, and he's currently learning the art of catching kokanee salmon. Brian intends to retire and travel the West Coast in his cab-over camper with his wife, visiting state parks and fishing as much as possible. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call Brian up at this point in time, and there's 3 things that I would like to present him with today. Brian? First, I'd like to present him with his nameplate that has served so well. This is kind of a tradition. We chuckle, but it is kind of a tradition, and that nameplate has seen almost as much of the state as Brian has. I'd also like to present him with a card that was circulated around the office and a lot of heartfelt expressions of appreciation and gratitude. And then lastly, I would like to present him with this plaque that reads, "The Nevada Department of Wildlife proudly recognizes and honors Senior Attorney General Brian Stockton in appreciation of your many years of dedicated service to the wildlife resources and the sportsmen of the state of Nevada from 2004 to 2019. Presented to Brian Stockton on November 1st, 2019 by the Department of Wildlife in Reno, Nevada." Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
So with your indulgence, Mr. Chairman, Director Wadsley's information's a little dated. I'm actually Brian Stockton, private citizen right now. I retired yesterday. So I appreciate you having me here, and I appreciate the opportunity to come down here and tell all you how much I've enjoyed working with the commission. Over the years, I've represented a lot of different commissions with a lot of different viewpoints, and everybody I've worked with thought they were doing the right thing. And whether we agreed with them or not, everybody thought they were doing the right thing. And so I appreciate working with this group and also the cabs, and all the dedicated sportsmen that are out there that work so hard to support our wildlife. And so thank you for these, and thank you for the time I've had to serve here. I've had nothing but fun in this job, and I think I leave you in good hands with Craig Burkett. When Joshua left, I was a little nervous if I was ever going to get to retire, but when Craig came on board, I felt a little more comfortable with it. So thank you for everything, and best of luck to you in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are you moving on to something else?
I'll give you the opportunity to close that.
Okay. I just want to thank Mr. Stockton as well. Ironically, I think it was yesterday I sent an email in a matter that in my private life we were working on the same side, and I got the response, this is my last day because I'm retiring effective today. So I get to congratulate you a second time in person on your retirement, but more importantly, on behalf of everyone up here and all the prior commissioners, I know very thankful to all your service and dedication and the help you've given this commission and the assistance in helping us navigate through a variety of legal issues, whether it's complaints, open meeting law, actual litigation, and everything else that goes into it. It was a real pleasure to work with you, and I wish you all the best in your retirement. I hope you have a lot of fun, and I hope it to make it there someday. Don't know when it'll be, but I hope so. So anyway, thank you very much, and congratulations again. Anyone else from the commission? No? Secretary Wadsley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This particular agenda item, we have two updates today. The first update will be on the Recovering America's Wildlife Act, also known as H.R. 3742. So this item has been a regularly occurring agenda item over the past 3 years. This bill is basically the culmination of 5 years' worth of effort that originally stemmed from a recommendation that was put forward by the Blue Ribbon Panel on Sustaining America's Diverse Fish and Wildlife Resources. So 5 years ago, September, the Blue Ribbon Panel was assembled through the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. It was an effort that was co-chaired by former Wyoming Governor Dave Freudenthal on the left, and founder, president, CEO of Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's now, Johnny Morris on the right. That coalition involved 26 or so business and conservation leaders, including members from the oil and gas industry, automotive industry, outdoor rec, retail, manufacturing, private landowners, educational institutions, conservation organizations, sportsmen's groups, and one State Wildlife Agency director. That was Bob Zemer from Missouri. After roughly a year and a half, the Blue Ribbon Panel made 2 recommendations. That first recommendation was that Congress dedicate up to $1.3 billion annually in existing revenue from the development of energy and mineral resources on federal lands and waters to the Wildlife Conservation Restoration Program. Essentially, that was the amount that was determined to be 75% of the amount that would be required to fully implement all 50 states' wildlife action plans, with the idea that that remaining 25% would come from non-federal dollars, would be very similar to the Pittman-Robertson or Dingell-Johnson programs that we heard about in September, with a 3-to-1 match, a 3-part federal dollar, 1-part state dollar. What that would generate for Nevada is nearly $32 million. And in past presentations relative to Recovering America's Wildlife Act, that number had been higher, 36 to 37 million. This is the 3rd Congress that this bill has been introduced, and this version has held back a portion of that to be available through competitive grant type process. So that amount is a little bit lower. What this recommendation originally created was a marketing and outreach effort that was branded as the Alliance for America's Fish and Wildlife. You see in the lower left-hand corner. So the Blue Ribbon Panel made the recommendation. The Alliance for America's Fish and Wildlife began the lobbying effort, outreach, communications. The end result was introduction of and creation of Recovering America's Wildlife Act. This, again, is the 3rd Congress in a row that it has been introduced. However, the first Congress was introduced late. Last Congress made significant progress. This Congress, we're much further than we have been in the previous 2. At this point, because this funding is dedicated to the implementation of the State Wildlife Action Plan, I want to turn it over to Diversity Division Administrator Jennifer Newmark to explain a little bit about what Nevada's Wildlife Action Plan is and what that looks like.
Good afternoon. As Director Wassley said, the Recovering America's Wildlife Act is tied to implementation of state wildlife action plans, and every state is required to have one of these plans to be eligible for our current funding from state wildlife grants, and then of course for Recovering America's Wildlife Act. And for all states now, they're on their 2nd version. The lifespan on these plans are 10 years. In Nevada, we opted to revise our plan a little bit early so that we could address some emerging issues that were coming down the line, including climate change and some emerging diseases. So we revised ours in 2012, and we're about halfway through the implementation on it now. These plans are meant to be proactive and comprehensive conservation strategies, and they really prioritize our species management. They're meant to keep common species common and then also proactively address declining species before they get to the point where they're so at risk that they required listing under Endangered Species Act. And as the name suggests, they are action-oriented. So all of our plans have goals and objectives in it. And I know that when I present on this, wildlife diversity is often the face of this plan, but it really does, it's really department-wide that these priorities exist. So in our action plan, we have 256 species of greatest conservation need that are identified. And as you can see, we have everything from waterfowl and mule deer and LCT to some of the more traditional wildlife diversity species, reptiles, bats, pygmy rabbits, and other songbirds. As I say, this is really a department-wide strategic plan for how we manage species. And we don't just identify a species of conservation need, but we also identify 22 different key habitats around the state that are tied to these species. And with that, I'll turn it back to Director Wassley.
So this most recent Congress, the current Congress, Recovering America's Wildlife Act, was introduced July 12th. This is bipartisan legislation. It's co-sponsored by Jeff Fortenberry, a Republican from Nebraska, and Debbie Dingell, a Democrat from Michigan. Presently, would generate $1.3 billion annually in dedicated funds to the states. So the word dedicated there is bold and underlined because it's not subject to an appropriation type process like many of the Department of Interior, Fish and Wildlife Service type programs that vary a lot annually, and they're subject to the political whims of administrations and political appointees. Then there would be an additional $1 billion for tribal nations to fund proactive wildlife conservation. And that's another key change that occurred with this past Congress. There was a concern that there was not adequate recognition of tribal nations. So that was one of the changes that occurred from last Congress to this Congress. As far as the eligible expenditures, when we're looking at that $31.7 million, law enforcement, unlimited for wildlife action plan activities. So any enforcement activities towards desert bighorn sheep, mule deer, Lahontan cutthroat trout, sage grouse, unlimited expenditure abilities relative to those species or protection of those habitats that are described, those 256 species and 22 habitats. Law enforcement activities surrounding those are limitless. Up to 15% of that for conservation education, a very broad category. Similarly, up to 15% on recreation. Conservation and management of 256 species, 22 key habitats. So that conservation and management includes survey, monitoring, habitat modifications, very similar to how we presently use Pittman-Robertson or Dingell-Johnson. However, it's specific to those 256 species, which is somewhere in the neighborhood of close to 30% of the species that commonly occur in Nevada. A minimum of 10% to recover species listed under the Endangered Species Act. That was another key change that occurred in the most recent Congress. The view was that historically it was geared too much towards preventing the listing, not enough towards recovery efforts. And so it was introduced with 10%, minimum of 10% towards recovery efforts. It's really important to point out the history of support in Nevada. I'm going to start on the right side of the screen with the Board of Wildlife Commissioners. And under past Chairman Drew, the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners was the first commission in the nation to pass a resolution in support of Recovering America's Wildlife Act, and that was 3 Congresses ago. The 79th, all the way to the left side of the screen, the 79th legislative session passed SJR 13, which is a Senate Joint Resolution, also stating support. And in the most recent 80th legislative session, SJR 4 was another Senate Joint Resolution. There's some subtle differences in the language as this became closer and closer to a reality and more of the details were known. It changed some of the language a little bit. We talk about bipartisan support. There's currently 148 co-sponsors in the House. And looking at Nevada, granted, our congressional districts are a little larger than what you see in the eastern half of the country, but that bipartisan support is, nowhere is it more evident than it is in Nevada, with Congressman Amodei signing on as an original co-sponsor. And that was significant to have a congressman from Nevada sign on as a co-sponsor. Incredibly diverse partnership and support. I mentioned many of the members of the original coalition, but going from Bass Pro Shop, I mean, I could read all these, but you have Hess Oil, you have Shell Oil, and you have the Cornell Lab of Ornithology, REI, the Conservation Fund, Audubon, incredibly diverse partnership. Again, 148 co-sponsors, bipartisan original bill co-sponsors. So a significant coalition. The last Congress, I think we were at 119 co-sponsors before the end of the Congress, and we're already at 148 at this point. So what's the status right now? We had a successful hearing in the House Natural Resource, Water, Oceans, and Wildlife Subcommittee, October 17th. Next up will be a markup in the full committee. Hopefully, what we're hearing right now is sometime this month before it moves to a House floor vote. It's also our understanding that there is a companion bill in the Senate that mirrors this bill. In the last Congress, there was a similar bill in the Senate, but the funding in that version in the Senate, which was, again, a bipartisan effort introduced by Senator Risch in Idaho, the funding in the Senate bill was subject to an annual appropriation type process. It's our understanding that the Senate bill they're working on presently would be dedicated funding similar to the House version. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Jennifer to talk a little bit about some of our outreach that you may see in some publications around the state.
Thank you. So I wanted to share with you a little bit about what we're doing at NDOW to help raise awareness for Recovering America's Wildlife Act, and then share a little bit about what some of our future plans are. So in front of you here are a couple of ads that are going to be featured in the Reno Tahoe magazine. We used a national campaign that the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies created called Making It Last, and we tied that to Recovering America's Wildlife Act. So here we have a bony-tailed chub and a desert tortoise. We have a fun fact or an interesting fact about the species as the first part, and then the line that a Recovering America's Wildlife Act will provide critical funding to help conserve the desert tortoise and hundreds of other Nevada species. The other two that we'll be featuring, we have one for mule deer and we have one for the golden eagle. We also created an infographic to kind of help educate people. We did this for a recent Wildlife Society and American Fisheries Society conference that we handed out to participants. And I just want to call your attention to the bottom part of this infographic, because it really starts to talk about, if this were passed, what do we see ourselves implementing and in what ways, and how would we use this funding? So, of course, keeping common species common and conserving our unique species that occur in Nevada. We're also looking at how we can increase restoration and habitat protections. We're looking at how we can better connect people with nature through our conservation education, K through 12 curricula, but also just providing people with an increased opportunity to experience wild Nevada. And then, of course, preventing species declines. And I just want to spend a few moments talking a little bit about the concept of keeping common species common. So during our last commission meeting, Commissioner Hubbs had asked about the recent report that came out in the peer-reviewed journal Science on the decline of North American birds. That report said that nearly 30% of all birds have disappeared across our landscape. That's about 2.9 billion birds. And of those, forest birds, shorebirds, and our grassland species are among the highest hit. In Nevada, some of our species that would fall within these areas are our brewer sparrow, our sagebrush sparrow, and our sage thrasher. So the data that went into this report are based in large part on breeding bird surveys. And so these are surveys that have been happening across the country for about the last 50 years. And in Nevada, we have 39 routes that we conduct every year. And a large part is done by wildlife diversity biologists and other agency partners, but we also have a large group of volunteers that run these routes. And they're 25 miles long. You go and stop periodically on the routes, listen to hear what birds you can hear, and then you record them. And we, submit this to this national database. And this is what allows these long-term trends to be studied. So of the 10 most commonly detected species in Nevada, 4 are species of conservation priority for us within our Wildlife Action Plan, and 3 of those, the brewer sparrow and sagebrush sparrow and the sage thrasher, are declining nationally. And thinking a little bit about what do we do in the face of these large-scale declines. For us here in the arid West, a lot of it comes down to habitat. Restoring our habitats, protecting our existing habitats. And so when you hear us talk about projects like thinning encroaching pinyon juniper or reseeding after wildfire, working to prevent invasive species, these are all the actions that we can take that will increase and change the trend of these declining birds. And we know that with investment and effort, that conservation actually works. So in that same science report, there's 2 groups of birds that showed increases, and that's waterfowl and raptors. There was a 56% increase in populations of waterfowl, and this is probably one of our best examples of conservation success. Over the last 40, 50 years, there's been significant federal investment through the duck stamp and through NACA, the North American Wetlands Conservation Act. And there's been a significant investment from state agencies working with our NGO partners like Ducks Unlimited. And so with that increased effort, we've been able to turn around declines in waterfowl and increase those species by more than 35 million. Similarly, this is the same case for most of our raptors. And so we can show that by doing dedicated conservation efforts and dedicated funding that Recovering America's Wildlife Act would provide, that conservation really, really does work. And we can bring back many of the species that are currently declining. And with that, we'll take any questions.
Any questions? No questions? Okay. Thank you all very much for that.
Thanks.
Not even a question from Commissioner McNinch?
You had to go there, didn't you, Tony?
He did. I was trying to, first, just my standard, I really appreciate the work that you guys have put into it. I know you two are kind of you've been taking a huge lead role in this, not just here in Nevada and philosophically, but across the country. They're working at a very broad level, at a high level on this thing, and they're deeply involved, and I really appreciate all the work you guys have done on it, and that's really exciting to hear that there might be some common bills showing up in Congress. That would be nice if they'd line up like that, because that tells me that it's there, it's getting there. So I really appreciate that. And were you going to talk about recommendation 2? Or is that for another day?
I can mention it briefly, but
do you mind?
I don't mind. It's a little bit on the AFWA conference update.
Okay, why don't we do it then? That's kind of what I was thinking of.
I would just like to say thank you for your comments, and certainly if anybody knows Congressman Stephen Horsford or Congressman Mark Amodei, expressing some appreciation for their signing on, I think would go a long way. they represent very different parts of the state, different political parties, and to see Nevada split red and blue and the overwhelming majority of the state in that graphic is pretty important to us, and we really appreciate their support. Relative to recommendation number 2, going back to the original Blue Ribbon Panel recommendations, there were 2 recommendations. The first recommendation was dedicated funding. The second recommendation was looking at societal changes and determining what would be necessary as a conservation community given those changes in society. And it goes back to America's Wildlife Value Survey, and what was ultimately, it was about relevance. It was about the relevancy of conservation, the relevancy of state wildlife agencies, and how there is a national, it was a recognized national crisis in the relevancy of conservation organizations and agencies. And a lot of that was really, I guess, reinforced through some of the findings of the America's Wildlife Value Survey that we've shared in here. The recommendation, a result of that recommendation was the development of a roadmap, a very specific relevancy roadmap addressing the barriers to relevancy of conservation, relevancy of wildlife, wild places, and relevancy of state wildlife agencies. And so I'll speak to that a little bit at the AFWA conference update, where that roadmap was unveiled for the first time. And then certainly on a future agenda topic, if the commission is willing to create an agenda item to present that, we'd like to get that before you all so we can kind of share with you what that looks like, and kind of take a little bit deeper dive in it.
Commissioner Hubbs.
I do have one question. In regard to the drastic declines that we were talking about in some, even our common bird species now, and when the indicators to what that might mean for ecosystems long-term, especially when you're seeing the common species decline so rapidly. And my question was, do we have any information on habitat loss linked with the surveys, or changes in landscape patterns over time with the bird data?
Thank you for the question. Nationally, I think that they are, at that scale, it's difficult for you to tie into specific landscape changes. But certainly, we can look back at history and see that large-scale landscapes being converted to cities, for example, more urbanization, more buildings. Feral cats are a big issue for birds. Hitting buildings are another big concern. In Nevada, for our species and the reasons that we're seeing declines, a lot of it in the sagebrush ecosystem is from invasive grasses like cheatgrass moving in. That creates increased annual fires and removes the sagebrush habitat. And they're sagebrush obligates, so they can't really move from sagebrush to any kind of adjacent landscapes. So on that large scale, those are some of the bigger issues.
You have some really nice maps, it looks like, for each one of the species you're kind of looking at and putting together the plans for. How accurate are those maps, and are they monitored annually? I mean, I guess the hope would be once you have funding to do that, you can actually start to track what's going on real time year after year and see where the most drastic changes might be.
Yep, that is correct. We are, so we do those breeding bird surveys every year, and that's our best ability to monitor at a landscape scale what's happening with these species. And then as far as the accuracy of the maps go, it depends on the species. We have better information for some than for others, but it is really tied to our capacity and the funding. And so with Recovering America's Wildlife Act, we'd obviously be able to do a lot more in-depth work. Right now, we kind of, in wildlife diversity, annually, we shift priorities based on, just the need to address 256 species. We look at that every year. Okay, what is going to rise to the level of focus for this year or the next couple of years? So that's why you hear in our activity reports, studies on ferruginous hawks, for example, or goshawks, and then you won't hear about them after a couple of years because we do a snapshot in time, and then we move on to something else. So it just really is very species dependent.
And I would add, Jen talked a little bit about sagebrush, and sagebrush exists in 13 western states, and a lot of those states, it's a really, really small portion of the state. Washington, really small corner. North Dakota, really small corner. New Mexico. But it's only in 11 states. Well, there are over 350 species that make a living in the sagebrush ecosystem, and Nevada has lost over 25% of our sagebrush habitat in the last decade. So the challenge is you have sagebrush that you can map really accurately, but you have these landscape scale species that migrate great distances for a portion of their life stage is maybe dependent on that, but tying specific cause and effect losses or impacts to the sagebrush to the population level is really difficult because those birds and many species have such large home range that you don't have a really obvious cause and effect type relationship. But yet, on the one hand, you've lost over 25% of your sagebrush habitat, and you know that these landscape scale species that come and go through that ecosystem and as part of their life history are likely impacted. But tying it, animal to neighborhood is really a difficult challenge.
Any additional? No.
We have a second part to this, and it is a short video. I think I referenced the Reconnecting Wild video. This is I think a 12 or so minute video that highlights some of the wildlife overpasses and underpasses that were constructed in the northeast part of the state, up in Elko County on Interstate 80 and Highway 93. For me, this is really a significant opportunity. As a field biologist up there 20 years ago, going on field trips with Department of Transportation personnel, both engineers as well as some of the road supervisors, we talked about how to better collect wildlife vehicle collision data. And we talked about how to reduce wildlife vehicle collisions. And some of the modifications that were made were with the right-of-way fencing. And, at the time, I thought it was huge and significant that the Department of Transportation would agree to offset right-of-way fencing back 100 feet from the edge of the right-of-way to prevent the pinball effect of migrating animals jumping over the fence immediately adjacent to a travel lane, and then running from the cars back into the fence and bouncing back out into a travel lane. That was significant progress at that point in time to move those fences back. And then they began to have more and more data, better data, collar data, collision data, and we looked at topography and looked for places to put in underpasses. So this has been decades in the making. But it started really small, it started really local, and this is one of those things where you chug through it, you get to a point where you've made some significant progress, and this is a really important time to look back and appreciate what I think is a huge success. And I just wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to show you this video. Was produced by Jake Willers, 9 Caribou Productions out of Minden. And at the very end of it, you'll see some words on the screen that talk about the award, the Federal Highways Award of Excellence. And so this is a lot of the work that led to that award of excellence. excellence. And it looks like I caught Mr. Genet by surprise with that. If anybody who's watching wants to watch this again, assuming we're able to watch it now, it's available on the internet. If you go to YouTube and do a search for Reconnecting Wild, and the re needs to be in parentheses. Can you back that up? Is that okay?
When did this become okay? If you took a fraction of that $8 billion, you take a quarter of it, and you invest it in crossing structures, this problem would be solved in a generation. The number one issue facing wildlife today is loss of habitat and habitat fragmentation. One of the reasons that animals move is because they're not able to get exactly what they need where they are. And so when you have these migrations that have survived over millennia, it's because the animals are following that fresh green grass as it's greening up. This pattern of movement is actually what enables them to survive in what are otherwise these incredibly harsh conditions.
The importance of intact habitat for wildlife populations can't be overstated. When we're talking about intact habitat, we're talking about habitats that haven't been unnaturally disturbed due to invasive species, invasive vegetation, impacts from structures that people place on them, housing developments, roads, anything that makes noise and really disturbs the habitat is going to have a negative impact on wildlife populations. So the more open space, the more open, intact habitat we can have, the better off our wildlife populations, the healthier their populations are going to be in the long run.
An estimated 1 to 2 million large animals are hit every year by motorists on our highway. They result in about 200 human deaths and close to 30,000 injuries. And this is at an annual cost to Americans of over $8 billion.
The safety aspect is huge because I wouldn't want any of my family or friends or anybody else to, have to be put in a situation where, these animals are trying to cross and you end up hitting them. And it's just, we need to do better.
What does it look like to fix this problem? What does it look like to build a bridge for animals with the goal that ultimately animals will have essentially their own pathways, their own highway, if you will, for them to get from point A to B where they need to go? In our eyes, Nevada has absolutely been a leader in this area. They have put in crossings for mule deer over US 93. Those crossings have been in for a while now. I know that they've had something like 37,000 successful uses of these crossings, and that basically means that there are 37,000 times that there wasn't a potential to have a driver possibly hitting an animal on that roadway.
We built our very first overpass in Nevada back in 2010.
and we were one of the first in North America. Since then, we've added additional 5 for a total of 6 across the state, 5 of which address the mule deer herd that pass through the Pequot Summit Mountain Range.
This particular deer herd, known as the Area 7 mule deer herd in northeast Nevada, makes a migration from the Jarbidge Mountains down into the Pequot Mountains during this migration. And the reason why mule deer need to do this is the snow loads that happen in the Jarbidge Mountains would be too severe and intense for the deer to be able to find forage and make it through the winter. So they are forced to make these long treks down to an area that doesn't receive as much snow so that they can make it through the winter and rear their fawns and have them survive so that they can continue on. There's about 60% of this herd that makes this migration, and we believe that it could be as many as 5,500 deer or so crossing on Highway 93, and then of those, maybe about 4,500 or so that are crossing across the Pequots into the southern part of the Pequots to spend the rest of their winter. Nevada Department of Wildlife has been monitoring deer in northeastern Nevada for many years, and when we came to the table trying to figure out where these crossings should be, we came with a lot of data about the migration and historical movements of these mule deer and where the best place would be for these crossings to be most successful.
We actually looked at a variety of data, including movement data that was provided by the Department of Wildlife, as well as our crash records and our carcass records. And we see where all that data overlaps to see where we're having the highest impact for potential mitigation.
Well, I think as we were inadvertently one of the front runners diving into the construction of overcrossings, there wasn't a lot of research available when we first started. And we were really reaching out to anyone we could just to help us develop, guidance on that. And, how big were these supposed to be? How long? What works?
We ended up seeing what the Canadians did up in Banff with their crossing. I contacted them. They were good enough to send us some basic plans and actually talk about it a little bit. And even at that time, it was new for the Canadians. But they were getting positive feedback and data.
The largest overpass is 200 feet long along the roadway and approximately 600 feet long traversing across the highway. Consistent with the other 2 crossings on I-80 that are all 200 feet long. The 3 structures are some of the largest in the United States. The wildlife crossings are fairly simple structures. There's not a lot of complicated elements. We start with the main foundations that will support the entire structure. We follow that with precast arch elements or steel structural elements. Then next we construct the mechanically stabilized earth walls that will support the backfill or soil that then goes over the structure. And generally as the final finishing touches, we put on the fencing and any vegetation that's required. By using precast elements, we can really minimize the impacts to traffic, as opposed to our typical cast-in-place construction that can take months. With the use of precast elements, we can limit that time frame down to just several days, and so it makes a tremendous impact on our schedules, thereby minimizing the impacts to traffic, but also getting these structures constructed in a timely fashion just so they can be beneficial for the migrations. And again, any impacts we can make to minimize those vehicular, animal collisions is important, and the faster we can get these built, the better. East Pequot is probably one of my favorite overpasses that we've constructed just because of the topography and the way we were able to make it blend in. We did have some additional unique features to this one we haven't incorporated in the past, including berms on the structure just to help reduce some of the sound impacts from traffic and reduce some of the visual impacts for the wildlife as they cross.
Some of the innovative things that we were able to accomplish on this project is dealing with some of the fence issues and funneling the animals to the structures. We try to use a 45-degree angle to allow as much of an openness ratio at the entrance of those structures and really funnel those animals to the most successful crossing points. We also utilized fencing at the end of our fencing project where we would pinch the fencing into the roadway. And we think that's really helped in reducing the number of collisions within the project limits.
We are still monitoring deer. We have put GPS tracking devices on over 150 deer since 2008. And so we were able to watch what the deer were doing before the crossings went in and then how they've been using the area since. And it has been a huge success. When the crossings first go in, the deer can get a little bit confused and a little unsure about the fencing. But once they've figured it out, we can watch where deer are almost on a string. They just go right to where the crossing is and use it without any trouble at all.
I do think these structures should be part of an infrastructure growth plan in the future, and we as a department have already, I think, headed that direction. The initial crossings were obviously constructed out on existing roadways, but since that time that we started constructing some of these over 10 years ago, we have included them in roadway expansion projects, and it has become more of a component to our larger construction jobs to consider this up front, part of these wildlife and vehicular interactions, and how do we address that, and I think it has become more important to the department.
When you put these in the right places, you are saving people's lives, you're saving wildlife lives, you're reconnecting these places that we call home that have been severed by roads, and again, properly placed at your highest priority areas, you're saving taxpayer money. Because if you have a stretch that has about 5 or more deer vehicle collisions per mile per year, it actually costs society more to do nothing, just to let those animals die and let those people get injured, than it costs to put in a structure that's going to last 75 years, and poof, you've solved the problem overnight. You're saving people's lives, you're saving wildlife lives, you're reconnecting habitats, you're saving taxpayer money. Done. Solved.
So I should first apologize to staff for surprising them with that. It was my impression that that was part of our department activity or our project update when I was just informed that it's actually a standalone agenda item for tomorrow. So it's not often I'm early, but call me early. I would like to really point to many of the partners on this project, and the Department of Transportation was really, really key. We had some key individuals. Kevin Lee is an engineer, was a since retired engineer in Elko with the Department of Transportation. Many of these projects initially received some criticism from the public. How can we spend this much money getting, keeping animals out of the road when we need more money for schools, or we need a roundabout here or there. But through time, with that monitoring data showing the success, there's been more and more support. Nova Simpson with the Department of Transportation was a graduate student that did the monitoring on this as part of her master's project. She collected over 1 million photographs that she went through and classified, and it documented pronghorn use, certainly carnivores, horses, good, bad, or indifferent, a whole host of animals using these structures. So it truly is reconnecting the habitat. Some of the other partners, some of the NGO partners, Heritage Fund was used to pay for some of the fencing. So the commission's approval of Heritage proposals to pay for fencing was key. The Nevada Wildlife Record Book was also a key contributor early on to pay for fencing to funnel animals to those overpasses. But it really is a great opportunity to kind of take a breath, appreciate how far we've come, and what we've been able to accomplish here, because there's so many times, day in and day out, that we're faced with significant challenges and we don't see that progress. This is one where we do, and it's because of a lot of great partnerships and a lot of great people. So open to any questions, and with your accommodation, perhaps we could show it again tomorrow, depending on whether or not we have more people in attendance. Or so my apologies for jumping the gun and scaring staff like I did.
Commissioner East?
These darn things. Director Wasley, there's also an overpass down in southern Nevada, correct? Are there other ones planned?
I don't know what may or may not be planned. There is the Boulder City bypass. There's an overpass for bighorn sheep. And you heard Justin Mortensen talk about building it in as part of the infrastructure package. And so the way that some of these were constructed early on was creative, in that NDOT had a $38 million asphalt overlay project on I-80, and it was a lot easier and less conspicuous to tack on a $7 or $8 million wildlife overpass on a $38 million project than it was to put forward an $8 million proposal for a wildlife overpass as a standalone project. So when he talks about it as an infrastructure program, I think it would be more proactive than reactive, and I don't know, but just recently there was a wildlife transportation summit held at the Governor's Mansion in Carson City with participants from a number of different agencies, organizations, local planning departments, and so this is, there's a greater and greater awareness, a greater and greater appreciation, and from that I think comes a greater and greater opportunity and a willingness for people to get behind these things, both philosophically and financially.
Okay, thanks.
Any additional questions? No?
Thank you. Chairman.
All right, with that, we'll move on to, all right, I've got a call for a break. So we'll take a 10-minute break and reconvene at, call it 3:40. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 11, update on the Fallon Naval Range and Training Center, Nevada Test and Training Range Habitat Division Administrator Alan Janae informational. The department will provide an update regarding the legislative environmental impact statements, status, and timelines for commission consideration of congressional correspondence relative to wildlife impacts. Mr. Janae?
Let me try that. Is that working? Okay, for the record, Alan Janae, Habitat Division Administrator. I did say I would try to give you guys an update as far as where the status of the Fallon Range and Training Center stands. On October 10th, we did provide cooperating agency comments. The Navy has stated that they would be back in touch with us. In fact, today, we have not yet seen that, but they will be replying to our comments and scheduling meetings. One of the things that did come out of after we had submitted our, they were tabular comments, there was a collective effort by the cooperating agencies coordinated with the governor's office to submit collective comments to the proposal. They were all submitted. The Navy has them. They have not yet responded to that either. So what I expect is that we'll be looking at somewhere in the November, December timelines where we'll be meeting with the Navy, going through those coordinated comments and trying to resolve those. And what the Navy is now expecting is that they will be releasing the public notice of availability in early January, so that they'll skip the holiday season as the comment period. So it looks like, based on that, with a 30-day review and that public release, that if they release in early January, there would be time within that time frame that the commission would be able to hear what came out of the cooperating agency discussions and take action, you know, at the next meeting on January 24th at the Las Vegas Commission meeting. So right now, I really don't have anything more to tell you than what I had at the last meeting, but I think we just put this on an agenda as kind of an update to keep you filled in on where that was. But right now, it does look like if we wanted to put this back on the agenda for the January meeting, there would be a great opportunity to try to coordinate comment.
Okay. Is that it?
Any questions?
Well, I was going to ask, any questions? So I'm trying to remember, is the meeting in January or like the first weekend of February? I can't remember. Okay. Excellent.
You betcha.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll move on from agenda item number 11 to item 12, public comment period. Persons wishing to speak are requested to complete a speaker's card and present it to the recording secretary. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Any public comment in Las Vegas?
Las Vegas lost their call, had to call back in. Yeah, we can redial it in.
Welcome. This service is provided by freeconferencecall.com. Please enter your access code followed by the pound or hash sign. If you are the host, press star now. Please enter your PIN followed by the pound Thank you. There is one host and one participant in this conference. Please announce yourself.
Vegas office, can you hear us?
Hi, this is Vegas. We're just connected now.
Okay, I was just at, did you guys hear agenda item number 12, public comment period?
We have no public comment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Any public comment here in Reno?
About a week ago or so, I can't remember when it was, I went to the wild horse event at the museum, and I want to also concur with the comments made by Commissioner McNinch that I was very impressed. I thought it was a very balanced presentation, and I was very pleasantly surprised at all the sportsmen who had some really wonderful comments to make regarding the wild horse issue, so thank you. I also wanted to say it was wonderful to come to this meeting today and hear actual talk about wildlife. And thank you for the department on all your work on HR 3742. So often we come to these meetings and we hear about the needs of people over wildlife. And it was very nice to hear about what we're doing for wildlife in this state. Unfortunately, I do have to talk about something that's regarding hunter opportunity, the ugly side of hunter opportunity. And Brutus the bear died a horrible death a few weeks back. And people expressed concern about Brutus's death. People from actually all over, not just Nevada. And if the media presentation of the Department of Wildlife was correct, it portrayed the Department of Wildlife as saying, if you don't like the bear hunt, you need to go to the CAB meetings and the commission meetings and talk about it. And I just want to make a reminder to everybody, but that is what we have been doing for the last 10 years. We have been coming to these meetings, and we've been, even if we don't have a strong presence at a meeting, it doesn't mean that we aren't actively pursuing the end of the bear hunt in Nevada. Lots of people are moving into the state, and a lot of people are pretty shocked to hear about the hounding issue that's going on with the bears. My other comment relates to the idea that somehow coming to the commission meeting is a democratic process. It's not. Although you all work very hard and you're truly committed to wildlife, I understand that. This is not a democratic process. This board does not represent the demographics of the state nor the values of this state, especially when it comes to the issue of the bear hunt. Thank you.
Any additional public comment in Reno? For the record, that was Ms. Taylor. No further public comment. We'll stand adjourned until tomorrow morning, and we will begin tomorrow morning promptly at 8:30. Thank you all.